Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. My personal favorites are the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. A gift from Family and Company Jewelers. Online at familyjewelers.com.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Developing right now as they're back, talking about the Senate, including our own senators here in Pennsylvania, as far as Senator Dave McCormick on the right, and on the left, John Fetterman. They're among the senators back returning to D.C., and they'll take up the issue of President Donald J. Trump's tax and immigration package. That's number one on the agenda. Republicans want to send one big, beautiful bill, and that is technically what it's known as. It's labeled the One Big, Beautiful Bill Act, so that's the technical name for it. President Trump wants it on his desk before July 4th, but what will happen? What will transpire? Especially, we talked a lot about 4 GOP senators, including Senator Rand Paul, raising concerns about raising the debt ceiling. We'll talk about that moving forward. You'll hear from, for example, Scott Bessent and others. But this passed the House last month, including its cuts, as the mainstream media, so-called, keep on putting in the headlines, cuts to Medicaid funding. I will point out to you that they have repeatedly said, as far as the Trump administration, nobody is cutting Medicaid to those who deserve it. They're cutting fraud. That's what they're cutting. But President Trump, also on the docket, plans to have lunch today with his vice president, J.D. Vance. And so we don't have any, quote unquote, advertised public events. Also, I will tell you that today, as we see the Trump administration claiming that Chinese students, quote, exploit U.S. universities. So this is the State Department. I talked about it earlier this morning in one of our news headlines, but the State Department is pledging to revoke a record number of Chinese student visas. And so this is this is getting a lot of reaction, of course, from colleges, universities, particularly in the Ivies, the Ivy League. And so the number that we have, 277,000 Chinese students on U.S. campuses. Now, the word from the State Department, as well as Secretary Rubio, as well as the Trump administration, is that they want to be able to vet anybody coming into this country on a visa, even a student visa. But yes, that because they're not allowed to vet them, they're saying, fine, then we will block the visas from going forth. So we're following that one for you, for sure. We got it all. But let's just take a look back, because when we last met, and I hope you had a wonderful weekend, on Friday, we were talking about the fact that President Trump, first of all, was to hold that wonderful news conference, 1:30 in the afternoon, celebrating the 130 days of Elon Musk and DOGE. And so he gave him a key, a golden key to the White House. We had that big ceremony that happened Friday afternoon. And then Friday evening, President Trump was right here in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh area, and really taking that victory lap, celebrating U.S. Steel, what's going on with that. I don't see a lot of headlines talking about the deal. That must mean it's a good thing. But I do want to look back and take a bit of a victory lap, if we could, with President Trump. He was in Pennsylvania with our own Senator Dave McCormick. They were at a big rally being celebrated by all of those union workers, celebrating manufacturing, keeping the jobs, creating those manufacturing jobs, right? Keeping them right here in Pennsylvania. A great day to celebrate. So we have a lot to go through, but we do want to hear from Trump as he was celebrating here in Pennsylvania. Listen in.
But companies all over the world have announced nearly $10 billion in new investments in steel, just in steel alone. But the Nippon investment we're announcing today blows them all away with a record-setting, and this was just heard of, it just came out a little while ago, $14 billion commitment to the future of this company. That is the single largest investment. That's the single largest investment of any kind in any industry. So not only steel, go all the way back. You go into fracking, you go into anything you want to go into, because you're a good fracking state too. We love fracking, by the way. But think of this, the largest investment of any kind in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and we also will be the largest investment in the history of American steel industry. There's never been a $14 billion investment in the history of the steel industry in the United States of America.
And so in this one, isn't this a good thing? Shouldn't we be celebrating this here in Pennsylvania? You would think that it's a lead story. So I'll just ask you, locally, when you see or hear your local news, you look at the Philadelphia Inquirer, no doubt this is front page, this is a headline. Not so much. They were flanked, President Trump in West Mifflin, Pennsylvania, flanked by that sea of steel workers. And I imagine some of them are Flyers fans, but they're all wearing the orange safety jackets and the hard hats. And President Trump had that standing ovation. I mean, this was a hero's welcome at the Mon Valley Irvin Works, marking the signing of this deal between U.S. Steel and Nippon. I always thought it was Nippon. I don't know. Steel. It's a big deal. And the largest investment in state history. That's the truth. And I would think this would be huge news. Isn't this positive? Can't we all agree? And yet, crickets. You don't really hear this from the so-called mainstream media. Wonder why. But it's the deal would have the Japanese company purchasing U.S. Steel, drawing bipartisan support across Pennsylvania from Pittsburgh native Senator Dave McCormick, as I've said, to Senator John Fetterman. They're applauding it. And I believe that as well, Governor Josh Shapiro thinks it's a good thing too, right? And yet, it's not really in the headlines. So, and former President Joe Biden, by the way, he pretty much blocked the deal on national security grounds shortly before he left office. And so they're saying a $14 billion deal in capital investment. Good for America, good for jobs, and certainly good for this administration, for all of us. I always just want to point the bias by omission as you look at what's going on, because this is incredible when we think about the economy. As President Trump said, we're going to produce our own metal, make our own energy, secure our own future, and build our country, control our own destiny. Isn't that a good thing? And yet, when you look at the headlines, and I just wanted to point this out to you so you have this talking point. When you look at the headline, what do you see? Oh, Trump says he's doubling steel tariffs to 50%. What does that mean? Yes, what it means is he plans to double tariffs on who? On what? In other words, what he's doing is he's promoting metals made here so that we have the advantage. And he's saying that anybody who doesn't produce it here, coming from a foreign entity where they're charging us double or triple, we want a fair deal. So that negotiation
continues. With the help of patriots
continues.
like you, we're going to produce our own metal, unleash our own energy, secure our own future, build our country, control our destiny, and we are once again going to put Pennsylvania steel into the backbone of America like never before. The golden age of America has only just begun, and together we are going to make America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you very much, Pennsylvania.
And thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Mr. President. We really appreciate it. Not enough of us say thank you, right? I know we do. We say thank you. There's another piece of this and another person who deserves a victory lap. And this was a great moment when, they were taking the podium, for example, big blue sign that said American Steel, all the workers there in the mostly white or orange hard hats, the orange safety vests. But they were speaking out, talking about the fact that Senator McCormick was critical. Can we go to this one, Dan, as well?
U.S. Senator Dave McCormick. I met the senator at a Trump rally in Latrobe before we were both getting ready to speak. He introduced himself to me and asked about the Nippon merger and what I thought about it. Well, as you know, I'm pretty passionate about it, and let him know that. He told me, after I win, you will be my first meeting. I was his first meeting. He kept his promise. He asked all the tough questions during the meeting, and he asked and he gathered the facts. We met again last week to touch base, and he took it from there. Without his help, this partnership doesn't get done. Thank you, Senator, from the bottom of my heart.
So he deserves a shout out. President Trump, like I say, speaking at U.S. Steel's Mon Valley Works, that's a steel plant. And so the U.S., by the way, looking at the stats on this real quick, the world's largest steel importer, excluding the European Union, with a total of $26.2 million tons, I should say, of imported steel just last year. This is according to the Department of Commerce. So the new tariffs that Trump is saying would go from 25% to 50%. When he says new tariffs, they would increase steel prices across the board, hitting industry and consumers alike. But what he's talking about is not made here in the USA, obviously. And so he's trying to negotiate with the EU and others around the world to say, give us a better deal. Stop charging us double and triple. I don't know who's against that one. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. Just wanted to point that out to you because I think we don't take these moments enough to celebrate what Trump did on a Friday or on last week on a Thursday. Your head is spinning to think about how hard they're working each and every day. And speaking of that, I know that everybody was talking about Elon Musk and his prescription medications or whatever, but can we just say thank you to Elon Musk as he did an incredible job. Now he goes back to work, to his, day job. I know that the vice
president. Video he posted or Trump posted about Elon?
Yeah, let's see it.
You want to see it? Here you go.
Musk, given me his complete and total endorsement. I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. As the first order of business, this commission will develop an action plan to totally eliminate fraud and improper payments within 6 months.
This is an order creating and implementing the Department of Governmental Efficiency, known as DOGE.
That's a big one. I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
That is going to do more to unleash innovation, to unleash economic prosperity, when you don't have this crushing bureaucracy that answers to nobody sitting on top of the American people.
Well, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of money that's going to places where it shouldn't be going. I ran on this, and the people want me to find it. And I've had a great help with Elon Musk, who's been terrific.
We are going line by
Trump
line when it comes
thank
to
you, Elon, putting out that thank you and see all the different shots. Just want to take you back, because the time has flown, but I want to take you back when President Trump came back, returned to Butler, Pennsylvania, July 13th, a year after that assassination attempt. And I want you to think about who was there. And he was so adorable, and he said, like, I'm dark MAGA. And do you have this, Dan? I think I sent it to you last night. Maybe not. All right, we'll play it moving forward. But just thinking about Elon Musk and what he did when he stood on that stage here in Pennsylvania and brought forth, and now we know from the progressive groups who've spent all this money figuring out. Okay, let's listen in, just to remind you.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm dark MAGA.
He's so adorable. Remember that? And he was really bringing in those maybe independent voters, young men between 18 to 29. I know for my sons, they said, Mom, can we meet Elon? You know, a lot of people who maybe didn't get Trump or weren't political, don't consider themselves conservatives or Republicans. But when Elon Musk came into the equation, he brought a new element. And so that was, I think, a game changer in the campaign. The addition of Elon Musk here in Pennsylvania and then campaigning across the country with President Trump, and as they really forged this new friendship.
And I also want to tell you, he made that black hat so we're selling.
Remember?
So what happened, I didn't even know we had it. It's selling like hotcakes. 10,000 hats were sold like in the last day and a half. But listen, more importantly, he calls it dark MAGA.
Dark MAGA. Because Elon Musk made it cool. He made it cool to be a conservative guy. Or
I said, that's the coolest name.
Right?
That's the coolest name I've heard. And he likes it. He's wearing it all the time now.
So what did President Trump, I haven't heard anybody make this comparison. What did President Trump give as a gift? Because Friday, I asked you the question, I knew that Trump our president would give Elon Musk a gift. I said on Friday, my goodness, what did I do to deserve a beautiful big silver platter? Ding! You know I was going to rub that in. So when I met the president, thanks to Rich Scioli and Greg Stocker, and we were there in the Oval during the first Trump presidency, I still display proudly my Trump platter. And so what did he give Elon Musk? A beautiful golden key that he presented as a gift, a key to the White House. And if you saw it, if you watched it, and of course, Larry, my husband Larry and I, we were out and about running errands. I said, you have to get back in time. And he said, oh my God, Dawn, we can listen to, no, I want to see it on the big screen. He's like, oh my God. But we did, we rushed back because I wanted to see it. And you actually, if you saw it on I saw it on my big screen TV, which is where I wanted to watch. If you saw Elon Musk's face when President Trump thanked him for his DOGE efforts and all of his works, it really exposing the fleecing of America, of our tax dollars, exposing fraud.
YouTube alert.
Right?
A little special something we have here.
Look at his face.
A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from our country.
Golden.
Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Look at his face. He literally blushes in such a humble way. And I thought to myself, and I haven't heard anybody say this, but I looked back, when did Ben Franklin take, I believe it was in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, right, in our region right here, Benjamin Franklin took a kite out during a storm to see if a key attached to a string would draw an electrical charge. That's the story. Now, some historians question whether or not that's really what happened, as Benjamin Franklin and his famous experiment, did it really, they have questioned, did that really take place? And who was he with? His son. And I thought to myself, I couldn't help but think it was symbolic to me that President Trump not only gave him that beautiful golden key to the White House, but it harkens back to June 10th, 1752, the image of a key with Ben Franklin, because he's somebody known as a founding father, somebody who fought for the freedom, right? The Constitution, all of that, but as well somebody who was a great inventor and somebody known for, yes, you think of Ben Franklin and his realization that he was pushing for our Constitution, the revolution, he was a revolutionary, and what also did he fight for? Freedom of the press. And so this really brings me back to June 10th, 1752, so many years ago, and thank you, Dan Borowski, with the key. I don't know if it was a golden key, but I just wanted to wrap that up for you. Ben Franklin from June 10th of 1752, as we think about our great revolutionaries and the key that represents and symbolizes the revolutionaries throughout our nation. I couldn't help but think of all of that. Elon Musk, thank you. President Trump, thank you. Want to give them the thank you. And maybe, I don't know, will any of us ever deserve a golden key next time we go to the Oval Office?
Are you implying something?
We can only dream.
Well, you got a platter, Dawn. I mean, come on.
I know. I'm a woman. I always want more. Hello? No, if anybody's deserved it, I would say maybe look at that key. I covet that key. Look at that. And look at his little face. Look at him. He's just blushing. If you're watching on YouTube, he's so adorable. By this point, my husband, Larry, as I was watching this live, I should have just done like my own live little thing. But I was like, look at him, Larry Bear, look at him. And he's like, oh my, honey, I'm out. Gotta take the victory lap, you know? Nobody's going to celebrate him. We got to, don't they deserve a celebration, or are you nauseous as well?
I'm a little tired of him. With the whole showing up with their black eye and the...
I know, because this little boy...
I think we're over this chapter, Dawn. I'm ready to move on.
Are you guys ready to move on? 855-839-1210. I felt like it deserved some level of a victory lap because they're moving seriously at such a record pace. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there it is. Thank you, Elon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
I'm done. Victory lap.
You want a key?
I want
Can we get you a key to Philadelphia?
I want a gold key.
Do you not have a key to Philadelphia already?
I don't have a key.
Really?
No.
How does Dawn Stensland not have a key to Philadelphia?
Right?
Do you have a key to the Mummers Parade?
I know. We should have a key.
Right?
Or at least a feather.
Yeah.
Maybe a feather left over on the street when they clean it up.
Yes.
855-839-1210. Your thoughts. But I was just looking at that key, and at first I thought, oh, it harkens back to Ben Franklin. Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Some similar chapters, if you will.
As we play Lightning Crash by Live in the background.
Thank you for that. We're jamming. 855-839-1210. 1210 is the number to call. We're going to show you these adorable, I'm going to call them the Fauci puppies. They survived Fauci.
I can't take it, Dawn.
I know.
I got to get someone in here to play this video instead of me because I was pulling it and I was tearing up. These things are so darn cute.
You're going to see them take their first steps on the grass. The freed puppies. The freed Fauci puppies.
I'm just a very wealthy doctor. I had nothing to do with the puppies.
Remember him?
Wow, we have a Fauci impression.
I know. Jimmy Kelly's off today, but he's probably proud of me.
Channel him.
We'll take a quick break. Thanks for being here this Monday. We'll be right back.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, prime grilling season is almost here. I can almost smell the barbecue now. National Appliance Warehouse is ready with a huge inventory of grills from top manufacturers. Today's grills are loaded with features designed to make outdoor cooking easy and fun, and the grilling experts at National Appliance Warehouse will help you navigate them all. Gas, charcoal, or electric. With so many options, it's important to choose a retailer with superior knowledge and customer service to help you select the correct one. National Appliance Warehouse is dedicated to just that. You'll find everything you need for the outdoor kitchen of your dreams, all at the lowest price available, guaranteed, thanks to Price Assure. And to make sure you're all set for that first barbecue, they'll deliver and even assemble most grills.
The Memorial Day mega sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on a wide selection of grills and barbecue season in style this summer. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington or Middletown, Delaware today.
Cheap renovations don't last. Quality ones do. That's why Emmons uses only premium materials and expert installers for every kitchen or bathroom remodel. We don't use shortcuts. We don't cut corners. We just design and construct stunning spaces built for years of beauty and durability. Call us at 856-556-3229 or check us out online at callemmons.com. Contact us today and let's build something amazing. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Unlock your homeownership journey with American Heritage Credit Union. With the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Combat tariffs with some of the lowest rates in the region. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity, NMLS 433838. Not a member? Join today.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to tell you about a full-day event we're having on Saturday, June 14th. Not only will you learn stock options and real estate, but you'll also learn asset protection, you'll learn how life insurance really works, and so much more. To sign up for this event, go to 4mmw.com. That's the number 4mmw.com. And I'll tell you what, if you put in the coupon code WPHT, you're going to get a free ticket. That's it, 4mmw.com, coupon code WPHT.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
The The Dawn Stensland Show. Dawn Stensland live and local on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
So, Dan Borowski, his wife Maisie, what we have in common, we all are animal lovers, we're dog lovers. Remember, we're going to be at this great event. Please come out to Chester County, the Piazza Mercedes. They're out on Westchester Pike. We're going to have this great event. We're going to be there all morning, 6 a.m. to noon with Kale and Company. So come on out. Either bring your rescue dog or cat or a picture, even in your phone. But come on out. See, we're going to have food and donuts. We're going to have a great time because we love animals. But I always believe that for rescue animals, there's something special, whether it's a doggy or a kitty cat. They know that you saved them. And there's just something special about that. And that's why when I saw this video of these, 30 beagles, these adorable animals that were held in these so-called, NIH labs under the direction of
Dr. Anthony Fauci, under the NIH. And they spent all this money for all these years experimenting, basically torturing these little beagles. And do you know why they chose beagles? And I did not know all this information, because these dogs are among the kindest, sweetest animals.
Oh.
And that's why they were subjected to basically torture. It's really sickening. So they did this event where these animals were raised, these dogs, from puppyhood in cages. And they were never, apparently, the story goes, they were never let out to go out in a yard or on grass. And if you're watching us on YouTube, you see this as they're freeing these animals, which all of these animals are being adopted. They're up for adoption. It's pretty amazing as they sort of, step out so hesitantly. These are animals that have been subjected to IVs and needles.
Oh,
these are the survivors.
And their puppy dog guys are so adorable. I just want to put it out there again. YouTube.com/@12 and WPHT. Please go watch this, subscribe, click the bell for notifications as well.
So these sweet animals, and I'm being serious. They were, and remember we aired the story for you on Greg Stocker's cut sheet, on Dan Borowski's cut sheet, that this was discovered. The PETA people and all of the different animal rights people said, please don't do this. Well, under the Trump administration, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, Marty McCary, and others, they said, this is wrong. We can do other experiments. We don't need to even do these experiments on live animals, any animals, let alone these beagles. So if you can show this.
All right, there it is. All 30 about to come outside for the first time.
So you see them in the doggy cages. They're small, sort of those, transport. They're wagging their little tails. And they have them in little pink scarves and blue scarves. And look.
Caption said they've never walked on grass until today.
First time. So you see them stepping out. What's it? And they sort of lift up their paws. What's this? And they're wagging their... and then you see them realizing we're free. Oh, Kelly, look, we're being free.
You got to bring my dog into it. Huh?
Oh my gosh!
Already tons emotional and watching this, and oh my gosh!
The little barks.
YouTube.com/@12 and WPHT. This is beautiful to see.
This is freedom, and you see them. They've never had the cage door open, so the cage door's open. They step out in the grass. They're smelling, and then within a few minutes,
got the zoomies.
Yeah, they're just sort of now they're like. Sort of pouncing on the grass and jumping around, and the look of elation on their little faces, their big eyes, and now they start playing and wagging their tails and
they don't have a fence up either, and they're just there's a fence. Okay, good.
Yeah, well, President Trump brought us freedom. Larry, if Larry's listening, he's like, oh, here she goes. But seriously, it's really sweet that, and we heard these rumblings. It was media reports, and I will say those different animal advocates were saying, and people in the medical fields were saying, you do not need to do these experiments on dogs, on any animals. You can do other things with the technology. And so it was really a beautiful sight. These adorable doggies. And they'll find homes and get to play on the grass. Just a wonderful story. Speaking of Piazza, as we celebrate with Piazza, and we're bringing back the Piazza pets. If you remember this, when I first came to the station, it was actually 10 years ago, we did segments with the Piazza pets, and that's really part of what we're bringing back. So come on out, celebrate us, celebrate Piazza, celebrate adopting animals, and maybe you'll even find a forever home for a Piazza pet. You've heard me talk about the extensive crossover and SUV lineup available at Piazza Mazda. Well, right now, they're offering 1.9% financing on the capable CX-50, the three-row CX-90, as well as the CX-70 plug-in hybrid, the sleek Mazda CX-5, and the sporty CX-30. They're all available at 2.9%, all for 36 months. Just shop with confidence. Piazza Mazda in Westchester or Reading, as current inventory is unaffected by any new tariffs. Visit them, piazzamazda.com today. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Mazda, PIAZZA, piazzamazda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. And we've started with Crash Proof in 2024. Our concern with the stock market is the ups and downs of the market itself. Tomorrow you could crash and you could lose it all.
It's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system, we know that our money is safe and the interest we earn through Crash Proof is protected as well.
There was no fees taken out of what we made, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
In an ever-changing world, it's crucial to shield your retirement future from market drops. Discover how the exclusive crash-proof retirement system can help shield your retirement and protect every penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Let the dogs out!
So we put forward a policy to replace animals in research with other technological advances, AI and other tools that actually translate better to human health. But then I'm getting and we got rid of all the Beagle experiments on the NIH campus. But it's sort of like people just don't trust the NIH anymore.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, and thank you to you guys on the YouTube chat, Newman Price and Tracy and Suze loves Jeffy and Gala. Lisa, you guys all said, hey, Trump let the dogs out. So thank you, Dan, for putting that little piece together. Trump, free the dogs. I love it. Hey, speaking of freeing, I don't know if you freed the toddler. I don't know if you heard this story. This is crazy. I have so many stories when my sons were little, and they're like, where are they running? Down the Jersey Shore, at the airport, at the market. But this one, I don't have a story like this. Maybe Greg Stocker with his little guy. I don't know. But imagine you're at the airport and you're like, because when when your kid is like 2-3 years old, they're so fast. They take off. If you have other kids too. In this case, this is unbelievable. This is a toddler causing this stir this is Newark Liberty International Airport. The toddler, look at this on YouTube if you can see this. There's an all-out search because the little kid jumps onto the baggage conveyor belt at the ticketing desk. So out front at the ticketing desk, and everybody's searching for this child. This is dangerous. So you see the video. They released the video of this little one going underneath. Woohoo! As if it's like a slip and slide. But then they found him. There he was, 2-year-old, ends up on the conveyor belt on a different floor. Went through the hole, right?
So I think that's another video of another instance.
Oh, it is?
That's
the 2019
And then here's
one.
the 2-year-old. Sorry about that.
So here's this one. No, that's okay.
I screwed you up there.
Look at this kid in the orange. Oh, my gosh.
But didn't allow me.
The 2-year-old going through the conveyor system, climbing over bags, passing inside an x-ray machine, and finally down a ramp into a large baggage screening room where TSA agents found him and called for help.
Crazy.
He suffered cuts to his arm and a fractured hand.
But he's okay. They'll talk about that for the rest of the kid's life, but they're saying that this kid is lucky that he didn't fall off, hit his head, and so he was through the baggage room on the lower level. So they said that they found the kid, as you hear, he's perfectly fine now, recovering. I don't know, the mom and dad probably had a heart attack. Who was the other kid? That was another one that happened?
It's back in 2021.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find more on that.
Jeez.
Let me actually
so they have had
the video.
So TSA agents, so in all of these, they've had these over the years. This one, I think, was the most extensive because it started at the desk, where you check your bag in, and then went all the way through, as if Newark doesn't have enough problems. Unbelievable. By the way, they're saying we're expecting some beautiful sunsets and sunrises. Why? Because of these, once again, Canadian wildfires. So it threatens our air quality, and as well, though, it intensifies the sunsets, especially.
Ooh.
You notice a beautiful sunset.
Nice.
Unfortunately, more Canadian. It's that time of year again. And did
Wait, what about Canadians?
The wildfires.
Oh.
Why would you think I said?
No, I they said something about Canadians being unfortunate. I didn't realize that. Sorry.
Did anybody see the Northern Lights? I want to hear from you. Supposedly, some people saw the Northern Lights because we usually don't see them in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess some people did see them.
Maisie sent me out back yesterday to go see him or try to find him. Nothing. No. No. And what happens is sometimes if you can't see him with the naked eye, if you put up a camera with your video screen, like a video recorder, you can see it through the like infrared video darkness something. I don't know what it is in iPhones, but
so you may get it's a powerful geomagnetic storm currently hitting Earth's atmosphere and may lead to aurora displays known as the Northern Lights. So they're saying that we may be able to see them again tonight. Maybe. So let us know. Watch out. Last night it was around midnight. I woke up, went out to look. I couldn't see anything.
No?
Couldn't see it.
Does it concern you that we can see them?
No,
okay.
It's just, one of those things.
Yeah.
The K-index forecast says we might be able to see them. Look to the northern horizon of the sky. Dun, dun, dun.
Ooh.
That's the latest.
I feel like we're Art Bell right now, kind of, with this music. But
I know. It's kind of
Aurora
cool.
Borealis, I like it. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
By the way, I know that everybody's talking locally. I know Montgomery County had a Montgomery County outside of Philadelphia here in Pennsylvania. Many communities have flag raisings, not of the American flag, but of the Pride flag. I'll also point out to you, it's National PTSD Awareness Month. It's African American Music Appreciation. We have the Caribbean American Heritage Month, the month of June, and National Safety Month. It's also National Smile Month.
That's a tough one for me, Dawn.
What?
National Smile Month.
You got to smile.
I know. That's hard.
Why?
Well, it's just,
What?
Such a pessimist. It's tough to smile all the time.
So they never talk about the other, celebrations,
No,
month-long
no.
celebrations. I'm just saying. So we'll talk about that one going on. We got a break, 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being on the Odyssey app, at Dawn Stensland on X and social media. And thank you to you right now watching on YouTube.
You want to go rave during the break with this music?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do a little rave dance, a little Trump dance. Thanks for being here.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
That 4th of July parade celebrating, of course, our nation's freedom in White Marsh Township. It's back on.
Oh! Wow.
Yeah.
See what the power of 1210 can do. Maybe now More Than the Curve, the website, can write an apology about the hit piece they wrote about me.
Yes.
This guy's on there bloviating, saying it has to do with anti-Semitism.
Power of this radio station.
Woohoo!
And you people who listen voiced your displeasure about this. Thank you.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Something's changed in your eyes. I could see it when I walked through that door. Something's changed in your eyes.
You know what else June is the month of? It's dedicated to the most sacred heart of Jesus, encouraging all of us to be close to that heart, thinking about love, mercy, grace, salvation. So I know that I'm just giving you an alt view of the month of June, which, is also the month of June is dedicated to the most sacred heart of Jesus, which brings me to two different pieces of audio that I want to bring to you. One is I want to think about Elon Musk as he talks about goodness, that it's important in hiring or getting to know people, working with people, and honoring people who have a good heart. And I think this is really important when you think about the old saying that you can't teach goodness. I know that there was a time in our country when people would say, you know what, I want to hire some good people who are honest people, who are good people, and I can train them to do the job. But what I can't train is goodness. And that's really an important thing to celebrate when we think of the American worker, our work ethic, people who are honest on the job. You think about all the dishonesty. You think about all of the corruption, particularly within the swamp, not within regular working people, by the way. Those are the higher level people, the bureaucrats, the elected officials, some of them. But also what's going on with the fleecing of America, as I call it, the corruption that DOGE uncovered. And that's why they hate Elon Musk. They hate him because he exposed all of this government waste and corruption. We look forward to the day that DOJ certainly is, I believe, investigating some of this. But listen to Elon Musk as he talks about this. He talks about the importance of a good heart, a sincere heart.
The biggest mistake in general that I've made, and I'm trying to correct for that, is to put too much of a weighting on somebody's talent and not enough on their personality. And I've made that mistake several times. In fact, then I would say, oh, gee, I'm not going to make that mistake again. And then I would make it again. And I think it actually matters whether somebody has a good heart. It really does. And I've made the mistake of thinking that sometimes it's just about.
So that's Elon Musk years ago, and I think it's consistent that one thing that, and remember, he was somebody the left loved him because he cares about the planet, he cares about energy efficiency and the cleanest forms of energy, right? And stood in line to meet then President Obama. Oh my goodness, the media loved him. He was a darling of the media. But God forbid the minute that he stood on a stage and supported Donald J. Trump and said that Trump is good, ruh-roh, then they were doing exposés on his alleged drug use, which is all craziness, right? You see a very different image. And that brings me to this theme of thinking about a good heart. The 13-year-old that we had gotten to know, DJ Daniel, 13-year-old honorary U.S. Secret Service agent living with brain and spinal cancer. Remember him? And he had met with President Trump, DJ's father, Mr. Daniel, sharing the health update now about DJ Daniel, 13-year-old. Now we know that he has been diagnosed with 3 new tumors, and talking about how rough this is. He's petite for his age. As a small child, he had been given just months to live, and a real miracle story. And so listen to his secret as he talks about how he remains positive. Let's hear from DJ Daniel.
If you got cancer, don't give up on life. All you got to do is pray, believe in God, and just keep that negative energy out of your mind.
Keep that negative energy out and pray. Turn to prayer. What a beautiful young man. And so in our family, my sister-in-law, Kathleen Logan, many of you know Kathleen, she has been diagnosed with lung cancer. Not that she was ever a smoker in her life, but diagnosed with lung cancer. Logan Funeral Homes, maybe it was because they lived above, I don't know, sometimes maybe chemicals that they used. I have no idea, but she was diagnosed recently with lung cancer. So we had said, my husband, Larry, this is his sister, and he had said, well, Kathleen, can we tell people? And Kathleen said, yes, go ahead and tell people, because that means more people will pray for me. Oh, so please say a prayer. We're going to get all verklempt, but please say a prayer for DJ and my sister-in-law, Kathleen. All right, with that, take a quick break, say a prayer. Around the corner, we're going to hear from, actually, our policy expert, Andre Beliveau. He's going to tell you why. Why are your electric rates going up? Thanks for being here today. Be right back.
I've been a miner for a heart of gold.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Friday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Kale & Company will be there from 6 to 10 a.m. Come by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Friday morning with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So much happening today, breaking locally, nationally. By the way, what's going on with Tesla in Jersey? And is this a politically driven situation? We'll get to that. Andre Beliveau, we'll talk to him, our great policy expert, about your energy pricing. And as we await more information locally and nationally, I should say a lot of local reaction to the situation that they're calling an act of terrorism in Colorado, as many around the nation react to the fact that an 88-year-old Holocaust survivor is among those who was attacked with a guy with some kind of a flame blower device that was attacking Jews in Colorado. We have government officials sounding off on that one, with 8 people hospitalized, at least one of them in critical condition. But let's get to the story of what's going on here in Pennsylvania with, beginning today, I guess really it went into effect yesterday, these rate hikes. And you say to yourself, oh no, what? Why would the PUC allow this where we already pay an estimated 45% higher than the rest of the nation for our electric rates? PICO rates going up 12.6%, PPL electric customers 16% hike, and Met Ed hiking prices by about 8%. We thought it'd be a good idea to talk to our friend Andre. Hey Andre, how are you today? We want to know what's going on with these electric rates going up. Why?
Yeah. Hey, Dawn. Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yeah. I mean, Pennsylvania is an energy powerhouse. So, why shouldn't Pennsylvanians be paying more money? It's ridiculous, right? It is such a preventable own goal that really at the heart of the problem rests with bad state policy and with all show and no real action from Governor Shapiro. So as you said in the lead in here, you're looking around, little over 12% for PICO customers. There's the rates are going to be going up for depending on who your utility is at various amounts. But Pennsylvanians already pay well above the national average. These increases are not not only impactful across directly to ratepayers, but for the entire economy, and they're preventable. So let's talk about the few big reasons why this is happening. If you Google right now and say, PA rate hikes, the little AI overview you get at the top will give you this litany of reasons. It'll say something like, because the fluctuating prices of natural gas are going up. So the question then becomes, okay, well, why is that happening? And then it'll say something like, PJM, is increasing, because of rising capacity costs. Well, what's causing that? It'll say, something about, infrastructure costs. Okay, but what is the root cause of all of those things? And the truth of the matter is we have a policy in Pennsylvania called the Alternative Energy Portfolio Standard. And essentially what that is a mandate for public utilities to take a certain percentage from unreliable weather-dependent energy sources like wind and solar. And mind you, they have to charge you for these percentages in the AEPS, whether those energy sources are actually providing energy to you or not. Simply the amount of installed capacity of those things, whether they're actually connected to the grid or not, they have to charge you with it. So that policy, the AEPS, is the number one reason that Pennsylvanians have above average electricity costs. And then, of course, things like the IRA subsidies from the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, the green energy subsidies there have absolutely flooded our energy markets with subsidies for unreliable energy that has distorted price signals, and that has also forced, by the way, the early retirement of reliable power plants. Pennsylvania only this year is seeing the construction of a new natural gas plant since Reggie's come on the scene back in 2015, 2016. Coal plants are being closed across the region, all in the name of arbitrary climate goals and all in the name of delivering subsidized green energy scheme to the wind and solar industry. And Governor Shapiro's, not only is he doing nothing to really stop this, he says his answer was price signals and price caps rather with PJM, which distorts price signals. So that's great. Let's fix Marxist policies with more Marxist central planning schemes. That seems to be Governor Shapiro's answer there. Instead of working with the legislature to get rid of the AEPS, to get rid of all of these things already in law that increasing taxes. But no, not only is he not doing that, but he has his own policies that he's putting forward. That you think 12.6% of an increase. Governor Shapiro's policies would raise your electricity rates by 60%. And that means household bills would more than double, because that's the per kilowatt hour electricity rate of 60%. That means a 102% increase in your electric bills if Governor Shapiro gets his way. We have a new analysis out on the Commonwealth Foundation website on his PACER and press proposals. You can read that. We break it down. Yeah. So it is, if you think it's painful now, if Governor Shapiro gets his way, it's going to be even more painful, Dawn.
So, Andre Beliveau, you're senior manager of energy policy, among other things, at the Commonwealth Foundation. You've advised, I know you've been brought in, I believe it was North Carolina, you had said in the past, where you were brought in as a policy advisor, bipartisan, because I think it's one of those things, can't we all agree upon that? So if you were, let's just say that Governor Shapiro, and in a bipartisan way here in Pennsylvania, they would all listen to your advice. What can we do, or is it too late, I guess, but what could turn this around and lower our rates?
Absolutely. So the first thing that we have to do is repeal the Alternative Energy Portfolio Standard, or the AEPS, in law. That is the mandate that came into law in the early 2000s that requires it's government picking winners and losers, and it's picking winners who would not exist in a true free market or with a level playing field. So that is the mandate that requires public utilities to charge a certain percentage and then attempt to install a certain percentage of wind and solar onto the grid. And we've done some internal analysis on that. We're going to have some reports coming out from the Commonwealth Foundation in the next couple of months to show how AEPS compliance costs have gone up over the last several years, like 600, they've gone up 600 times what they were just a few years ago. So that is the number one culprit for increased energy costs in Pennsylvania. So number one, repeal the AEPS. Number two, it's really time for the Commonwealth to take control of its energy grid Like, sure, we have PJM, who's our grid operator, but we still have a PUC whose job is supposed to protect ratepayers from these things. And then we have the General Assembly, who is in charge of energy policy and should be passing these things. So repeal the AEPS, number one, first and foremost. Number two, we need to have a reliability standard in law that is energy source neutral, does not pick winners and losers, and simply says, look, any generation changes, anything you're going to do to change the grid has to maintain or improve reliability, because a reliable grid is an affordable grid, and you have to have measures and safety measures in there for least cost generation planning. I mean, this is common sense. Ratepayers and consumers of energy should be getting the most reliable, least cost option, and those two ways would be pretty critical first steps in helping not only lower electricity prices, but also make sure that we prevent a future that has rolling blackouts and power outages.
And I did see over the weekend there's this announcement that the U.S. Department of Energy issued an emergency order. I have no idea what this is. A 202C emergency order to safeguard the electric grid reliability in the PJM interconnect. I'm literally regurgitating a headline. It's actually a press release that they've released under energy.gov. And so all I can tell you is every movie that's about like an apocalypse, it's an attack on the grid. So, what are they doing here, and why does this matter for national security, not to mention just lowering our energy costs?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, and the PJM in particular, you have to remember, it's not just Pennsylvania, it's the surrounding region. I mean, PJM includes Pennsylvania, it includes Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, and the District of Columbia, where all of the federal government's infrastructure is. So, I mean, if the PJM grid collapses, you're talking about a major grid collapse in the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast in critical states, including the federal capital. So this is bad news. And PJM has been sounding the alarm to their credit, saying like, hey, like we are going to be, we're leading towards a grid reliability crisis if we don't do anything about that. And really, yeah, you're right. Energy is national security, but our national security threat to our grids right now is not coming from some foreign entity. It's coming from we're doing this to ourselves. This has been 4 years of climate alarmism policy that has not been actually focused on examining the trade-offs. Of course, we all want clean air. Of course, we all want clean water. We want to responsibly conserve our natural environment, but we shouldn't be shooting ourselves in the foot in the process. And the truth is, instead of examining trade-offs and saying what is the actual economic impact, what is the actual impact on the science of the energy grid, we should trust the science here. You can have all the luxury beliefs that you want, but at the end of the day, physics is going to win the day. You have to keep the grid humming. The grid has to have inertia to keep electrons moving through. And if you have an energy system that doesn't have, spinning turbines like you do in a coal plant, a nuclear plant, or a gas plant, and you have a weather-based system that is totally dependent on whether the sun is shining and the wind is blowing, this just does not make, this is just basic common sense, Dawn. So we have these serious economic and indeed national security issues, but they're the result of 4 years of bad policy, but even more than that. And also we talked about what we can do. Right now at the federal level, we have the big, beautiful bill, which if the House gets its way, the House Republicans in Congress did an excellent job of, getting most of the way there with cutting out, some of the subsidies for these unreliable energy systems. I'm getting a little bit of heartburn from what I'm hearing from, some, conservatives and Republicans in the Senate who want to keep some of these things alive. But, so we've talked about what to do at the state level, but at the federal level, the biggest barrier that we have to reliable and affordable energy are the green energy subsidies and mandates in the Inflation Reduction Act, which need to be full repeal in the big, beautiful bill if we are serious in saving the grid and saving ratepayers from paying astronomically and insane and arbitrary prices in the future.
And so, Andre, just so I have it straight, this emergency order that's just coming down is with U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright. And just correct me because I'm just trying to make sure that I have this right. What they're saying is that PJM, they had announced these retirements So at this point, it looks like this emergency order means that the Eddystone, Pennsylvania Generation Station, it's going to go past the planned retirement. Is that's what I'm inferring from this whole thing, that they're going to work with Constellation Energy, and they're saying that it's an emergency order that would allow the Eddystone generating station to go beyond the retirement. Am I looking at that correctly?
That's right, Dawn. I mean, that's what they're going to have to do. Okay. And I mean, the Secretary of Energy statutorily has a lot of authority. There's a lot to engage in when we're seeing essentially what we're seeing right now is with these early retirements and these capacity shortfalls. There's a lot of us who have argued that some of the executive orders early on this year that President Trump did with the national energy emergency can do a lot for the federal government to intervene to stop the closure of these reliable coal plants, to keep them online, and nuclear as well. You know, we should be renewing the licenses for these nuclear plants, which provide reliable power. You know, we have to have addition onto the grid. You know, we have a time where we have an increase of energy demand, but that time of increased energy demand is coming from a time where we're, again, through arbitrary means, by the force of a progressive government, taking away energy capacity from the grid. You know, that just doesn't make sense. You know, that's like saying, okay, I need more gas in my car, but not only am I not going to fill it up, but we're going to start taking gas pumps away so you can't fill up your car. That makes no sense. This is absolutely right. I think it is right for the Department of Energy and Secretary Chris Wright to be working with power generators to keep their plants online so that we can build up capacity. You know, it takes a long time to build more reliable power plants, so we certainly need the time. We need to engage in the amount of permitting reform and regulatory reform that will allow these projects to be built, at a reasonable time and even an expedited time. You know, it should not take years and years and years to build a new natural gas plant or a nuclear plant, which sometimes takes, well over a decade and a half. That's ridiculous. You know, this is the United States of America. We should be able to be doing this and doing it well and doing it better than other people do. We do this in so many other sectors. So, we have a regulatory problem. We have a policy problem. These are all things that we can fix if everyone will be, willing to work together and say, look, we need reliable power. There should no reasonable person should disagree with that. We need that reliable power to be affordable. Let's get together and work on this. And this should be a bipartisan effort. When I worked in North Carolina, we had a Republican legislature that worked with the Democratic governor to pass bipartisan legislation to do just that. There's no reason that Governor Shapiro should not be working with the General Assembly to, in both chambers, that both chambers should be coming together to work on state policy. And there's absolutely no reason why House Republicans in Congress should be battling against Senate Republicans at the federal level to try and get this big, beautiful bill across, which, if done correctly, has the potential to provide Americans with a reliable and affordable power. And in the meantime, you have Secretary Chris Wright doing what he can statutorily to try to keep the lights on.
Andre Beliveau, Commonwealth Foundation Senior Manager of Energy Policy. Thank you so much, as always. Until next time, thank you, Andre. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Dawn.
Absolutely. 855-839-1210, the number to call. We'll take a quick break. Get your calls. I don't know, we might have a Larry Mentee sighting coming up. Be right back.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
A teenager wanted for a string of robberies in Philadelphia and Montgomery County has been arrested. Philadelphia City Council is meeting this week to try to finalize the budget for the next fiscal year. Pride Month kicks off big time in the city of brotherly love.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. I just completed my first dental implant. I did have some anxiety. Dr. Bentz explained it, got me through the process, and it's been very successful. I would say textbook. That's what you get with Dr. Bentz. Not only great skill, but he coaches you through it, helps you through any anxiety that you might have. Get on the road to great dental health. Call the Bentz Dental Group, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So the latest that we have, by the way, with this terrorism, an act of terror, as the FBI and DHS is calling it, the man who shouted "Free Palestine" and used a makeshift flamethrower to attack people who were marching in support of those Israeli hostages. This happened in Colorado over the weekend, happened yesterday. He is now facing 2 counts of first-degree murder. This from the latest from authorities there in Colorado. The Boulder County Sheriff's Office saying on its daily booking sheet that 45-year-old Mohammed Sabri Solomon of El Paso County, Colorado, is charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, one with extreme indifference and one listed as deliberation with intent. So Solomon also faces being charged with 1 count of attempted murder, 1 count of first-degree assault, and 1 count of causing serious injury to an at-risk adult or someone over the age of 70, and 1 count of using explosives or incendiary devices. They're calling this an act of terrorism, not what CNN was calling it initially, but just a tragedy unfolding in America as we get new information with what they're calling just a horrifying attack. FBI Director Kash Patel, among others, putting the word out that this is a targeted terror attack on these individuals, as 4 men, 4 women injured between the ages of 52 to 88 years old, including an elderly lady who was a Holocaust survivor. Oh my goodness, as we learn the new details of that situation. Just an American tragedy, and it's also a tragedy, quite frankly, the way the media wastes our time just really jumping through hoops, basically doing acrobatics to not say what this is by somebody in this country illegally, according to the authorities, and unleashing this hatred on American citizens. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry this is happening on this beautiful Monday. But we'll continue to follow the story as the charges continue.
Do you happen to hear what a Nadler said today, Dawn?
No, let's hear.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
This is Gerald
Nadler on CNN. Yeah.
Congressman, you're the most senior Jewish member of the House, one of the longest-serving Jewish members in the House.
What is your reaction to we're now learning played out and has happened in Boulder?
Well, it was an obviously anti-Semitic attack, and the latest in a series of anti-Semitic attacks. We had that attack on that couple exiting the Jewish Community Center in Washington a couple of weeks ago, and before that, on Passover, the firebombing, or rather the attack on Governor Shapiro, a Jewish governor's home in Pennsylvania. And this is the latest in a series of attacks, and the Jewish community is very on edge, and we want the federal government to do more, and we'd like to see an increase in the budget for the protection for the protection provisions of the law, because when someone talks about Israel and attacks Jewish institutions or Jewish people, that's clearly anti-Semitism.
You talked about the shooting in D.C., the murder in D.C. The pace and the brazen nature of these attacks, it's just getting worse. And while I've heard, and I hear from you, and I've heard from so many others, like something needs to be done. What needs to be done other than raising awareness, speaking out against it, obviously calling it out, holding them accountable to the fullest extent of the law? What are you looking for?
Well, the only other thing we can look for, really, aside from it would be nice if the president spoke out against this anti-Semitism.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? As if the president has never done that? Give me a break, Jerry. It's ridiculous. Well, joining us now, we do have a Menti Monday moment with my better half, Larry Menti. Hey, Larry Bear.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, I'm so glad. I thought Jerry Nadler died. I'm so glad to find out that he's still alive. I haven't heard from him in a long, long time.
That's true.
He's about half the size.
He disappeared all of a sudden. The Democrats really pushed him away, and he must have been thrilled to get a call from CNN.
Yeah, they couldn't get anybody else. And so, what do you make of this situation as, at least he acknowledges it's clearly anti-Semitic, but for him to call on President Trump, what a joke.
Yeah, and it's weird that nobody uses the word terrorism except for the White House. They said it right away that this is a terrorist attack. And I understand why the local officials didn't call it that, because it's a federal charge. Mm-hmm. And so he's going to be charged with the terrorist act. And the weird way that the media, and you pointed this out a second ago, I mean, is anybody illegal in this country? I don't understand why these crimes happen, except if you're protecting the Democratic Party and you're protecting Joe Biden. That's really the only way to ignore that fact. And it's a fact. He overstayed his work visa. He was illegal. He didn't report that. And so there's no question he was up for deportation and did this. But they want to protect that narrative. They want to make sure that both Joe Biden doesn't look bad and that they win the next election coming up.
Yeah, and so they've released the mugshot now of this guy and taken no responsibility for the fact that had he been deported, and how many times do we say this over and over? Had he been properly and legally deported, which he should have been, then he wouldn't have been here to unleash this hell on the community.
And Boulder, Colorado, of course, is a sanctuary city. So it is maddening. And I don't understand the Democratic Party. It is so clear that nobody likes their policies. It's so clear that nobody likes what they're doing, and yet they spend $20 million on a study to find out why men aren't voting for them. Guess what? Everybody's not voting for you. It's not just men. No, I mean, it really is true. You go through all the statistics. They lost the Hispanics. They lost a lot of the black vote. Everybody, go down the list of people that used to be Democrat, independents. Go down the list. Nobody was voting for you. It has nothing to do with the way you speak to men. It has to do with the fact that nobody likes your policies. Of course you've got a problem. That, by the way, if I can change the subject for 1 second, that study on men is the funniest thing I have ever seen. It's like men are a tribe in the Serengeti, and they're trying to figure them out and connect with them and learn how to talk to them. If you read this study, it is incredible how they talk around the real problem. And the problem is the fact that for years you said men were toxic, you said they were sexist, you prevented them from getting jobs they were qualified for because of DEI hiring. Of course they're not going to vote for you. And it doesn't matter if you show up in their so-called quote-unquote spaces, in the video games and the sports bars and the gym. By the way, speaking of which, if I were to say that the only way to reach women is to go to the beauty parlor and the makeup counter, that would be sexist.
Yeah, that's a good
for
point.
Men, for men, it's fine to do that. It shows you how lost they are, and I hope they keep doing this. I hope they keep thinking it's everything else but changing their policy, because they're in for a smackdown again in the midterms.
And didn't you tell me that they had a bit of a, I don't know, what did they have in California? They had kind of a convention. They were trying to attract men, and you were critical of the menu.
Well, that was actually from Bill Maher, but it is funny. So they were having this to hear what the consultants were coming in that's going to get $20 million. And by the way, if you read this brochure they put out, you can't make heads or tails of it. It's like written in another language, and they just talk around what the problem is. But they stayed at the Ritz-Carlton in the most expensive part of San Francisco, High Point. And they had, like, for instance, for dinner, they had like lobster rolls. If you want, here's your problem. You're of course you're not connecting with men. And also, by the way, in this report, it said that one of the ways to reach men, of course, is video games, and that they wanted to put ads in video games. If you want to really tick off young men, put ads in their video games.
Yeah. Well said. Well, you mentioned Bill Maher, so let's listen in. Bill Maher did comment on the situation.
Seriously, This is a serious problem for Democrats. Less than 1 in 4 Democrats under 30 say they're proud to be an American. 54% say they're embarrassed by it. Embarrassed? Like America's your mom picking you up at school? You're embarrassed to be an American? Well, guess what? The feeling's mutual. Because you have no perspective. Is America perfect? No, of course not. No country is. Although don't get Tucker Carlson started on Russia. Globalize the intifada is the catchphrase that's really catching on these days, as if worldwide suicide bombing and cosplaying Islamic revolutionaries is the answer to our problems. At an AOC Bernie Sanders rally in Idaho last month, someone threw a Palestinian flag over an American flag, and the crowd erupted in approval. What should have happened after that is one of the adults on stage should have told their young, loyal followers, this is not a symbol of freedom. This is.
Show the American flag. Hoorah. So, Larry Menti, your reaction to Bill Maher after the Dem donors are considering this $20 million strategic plan called Speaking with American Men. Sam.
How about Bill Maher? When the Democratic Party loses Bill Maher, they are in trouble. Mm-hmm. And it's so many people who were formerly liberals because they were old school liberals. They made sense. It was common sense. You had a disagreement with them, but they're not for this DEI policies. They're not for transgender rights. That so many of they're not for opening the border and letting everybody in. They're not for defunding the police. They can join the rest of us. They can join conservatives in saying that's crazy. And the fact that now the Democratic Party is supposedly doing this introspection, and they figured out it's the language they're using, means they're going to be lost in the wilderness for a long, long time. Because until a moderate takes over the party, until a Josh Shapiro or a Wes Moore or someone like that takes over the party, they're going to be lost. But I don't think that's going to happen. The most popular person in the Democratic Party right now is AOC, and she's downright crazy. So, and also, She is. She's not only crazy, but she's a dangerous combination. She's stupid crazy. I mean, to have both of those going for you at the same time makes you a leader in the Democratic Party, apparently, these days.
Who do you worry about? You know, when you say that they're searching and they're soul searching and kind of floundering, who's out there? You mentioned Westmore, you mentioned Shapiro. Who do you, Bashir, who do you worry about?
Westmore. And I don't think, as you said, he's announced he's not going to run. That means nothing. Because all of a sudden he's going to say, so many people came to me and so many people said, we need you, and how could I turn down my country? I mean, people get out of that all of the time. But Westmore is really impressive. He's very, very impressive. I read his book, The Other Westmore, where he won a Pulitzer for, where he went out and found another Westmore that didn't have a father that's now in jail. And he wrote about both their lives and how important it is to have a father in your life. Now, that's not a liberal policy. You know, that is something that comes from the streets. And, Westmore is controversial for saying that. He didn't care. And he won a Pulitzer. I think he handled the bridge collapse extremely well. And he's very impressive. And so of all of the candidates, and he's an African-American, of course, and so of all of the candidates for the Democratic Party, he's the one that would scare me the most. But maybe he's telling the truth. I mean, maybe he's not going to run. That would be a gift, not only to Josh Shapiro, but to the country, to the Republican Party, not necessarily the country, but the Republican Party.
Yeah, I wonder why he made a point so early on to say, I'm not running. And so maybe he's not, but maybe they'll beg him to run. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he's a different kind of guy. You know what I mean? Maybe he doesn't want that job. Maybe he doesn't want the headache of it. Who knows? I don't know why, but I think the Republican Party should be thanking their lucky stars because he is really impressive. He's very impressive, and I think that I don't see many candidates out there for the Democrats that aren't going to be easy to beat, but he's one that would at least give J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio, whoever it turns out to be, a run for their money.
When you look at New Jersey, we've got June 10th, obviously a big primary coming up, a primary election, the Jersey governor, which many say Jersey's a swing state in play. What do you see happening in New Jersey with especially the governor's race?
Well, for much of the stuff we just talked about, I think Jack Ciattarelli is going to be the next governor of New Jersey. Look, we've seen the numbers in New Jersey going Republican. We've seen the Republicans gaining major ground in registration. We know how close Jack Ciattarelli came last time, and that was against an incumbent. And I don't see anybody, we talk about all the time how they made Mikey Sherrill in a lab, but she has been less than impressive in these debates.
Yeah.
And they really, like she and Gottheimer, especially Gottheimer, are the moderates. Well, I guess Steve Sweeney too. But they're having a difficult time because they have to win the Democratic primary.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you saw the debate when they were talking about sanctuary cities, and for Josh Gottheimer, they asked people to raise their hands if they are for sanctuary cities, and Gottheimer and Mikey Sherrill didn't raise their hands, and so I think they're trying to backtrack. We were talking about this a second ago from the Democratic policies that are toxic and that nobody likes except other Democrats, but that could hurt them both in the primary. Because I was surprised at the polls to not see him rise more. Ross Baraka. Ross Baraka in the nutty Democratic Party. And by the way, I've always thought he's impressive, but, he went out and pulled that stunt at the ICE facility. And I think most Democrats liked that. And plus, it got him a lot of notoriety. And I don't think everybody knew who Ross Baraka was. They all know now. I would not be surprised if he ends up winning, and that would be a gift to Ciattarelli, because he is almost radical.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I'm just looking up. The problem is there are not a ton of polls. Baraka is claiming there's an internal poll that he's in a statistical dead heat with Mikey Sherrill. So I saw that headline, but I don't see a ton of polls being done. But I do, when I look at the headlines, Larry, to your point, I just see Ras Baraka all over the headlines. He gets all of the media play because he's a media darling.
Right, and the black vote is huge in the Democratic Party. He is a black man running, and they come home to roost. I mean, you've seen it in other elections where all of a sudden all these black voters are out there and voting for the black candidate. So in a field where nobody's getting like over 17 or 18%, to have that going for you and all the notoriety recently, I would not be stunned at all if Ras Baraka doesn't win this.
Yeah, and I think you're right, though. I think that given those choices, a far left progressive versus somebody who New Jerseyans view as a more moderate person, I think that you're right. It would be an advantage for the Republicans, no matter who's the Republican. You know what I mean? I think at that point, the Republican candidate would have the better chance, just based on what you're saying.
Yeah, and Chitterelli has become. He was a good candidate last time. He's become a better candidate. He is buttoned down. I mean, he's been running now for 9 years for this job, and he's got it down. You interviewed him. I heard the interview that you did with him. He's got it down. First of all, I think he's going to blow away everybody in this primary, in the Republican primary, and that's going to give him a step forward. And anything can happen in an off-year election. And the whole country is going to be putting money into this race, and they're going to be watching this race because it's a bellwether of what to come. So expect the Republicans, they know they have a chance here, and expect the Republicans to put a lot of money into this. I really believe at this point it's Jack Chitterelli's to lose. And that's kind of amazing when you talk about a Democratic state, a traditionally Democratic state like New Jersey.
Oh, well said, Larry Menti. Well, thank you very much. Happy Monday.
Oh, happy Monday to you. See you at home. And by the way, thanks for giving me this thing. The crud that you had, I'm now starting to get. So I appreciate that. I know.
A little. I know. Well, everybody's had it. This weird, cough. I don't know. Somebody thought it might be COVID.
Oh, no.
Oh, thanks.
I know.
Thanks for putting that in my
Sorry, honey.
Now that you're over now that you're over it and you kept saying I don't have COVID, now that it's been passed on, now it's COVID. Okay.
I'm not a doctor. I don't
Monday
know.
morning quarterback and
I know.
coronavirus. It's great.
Sorry, honey. We thought it was allergies. Dan and I were talking about it. Everybody it lasts for a month. I don't know what it is. But
maybe it's environmental.
For a month?
I know.
Yeah, it's environmental.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, honey.
Yeah. Yeah, but you said you're not a doctor. You play a doctor at home.
I know. I'm always like, it's COVID. It's allergies.
I know.
Take your vitamins.
I know. And you diagnose people. Yep, and exactly that. You tell people what to take, and I hate to break it to you, honey, but it never works.
Can't hurt. Might help. All right, Lair Bear. Love you, honey.
All right, talk to you later. I love you. See you, Dan. Bye-bye.
There he is. I don't know.
Did you just say he loves me?
Yeah. I said I love you.
Much love to you too, Lair.
Much love. Even Dan loves Lair Bear. We have to take a break. 855-839-1210. If you want to call in, if you have a take on the New Jersey, we don't live in New Jersey. Dan, you live in New Jersey. I don't know if you had any comment on that. I just think at this point, if it's Ras Baraka, I agree with him no matter who gets it on the Republican side, but especially somebody who is well known, who's a well-known individual. I think it's a win for the Republican candidate.
What a move storming that ICE facility was, huh? I had no idea who this person was before that.
Yeah. You're right, though. It was a good publicity stunt.
Yeah.
True. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. Be right back.
A dry and warmer stretch of weather returns to the forecast this week. We'll have plenty of sunshine today, very pleasant high of around 75. For tonight, mostly clear, low of around 58 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, hazy sunshine with smoke from the Canadian wildfires. The smoke stays aloft, not near the ground. It'll be warmer with a high 82.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing. But I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
By the way, one of the headlines with ICE is that they have conducted one of the largest immigration enforcement operations yet. In this one, Operation Patriot had resulted, and this is a breaking news story today, resulted in ICE and federal partners arresting 1,461 illegals. This is in the greater Boston area. And they released the statistics from law enforcement. This just within the past hour, they say nearly 800 had criminal convictions or criminal charges. And so this is a huge ICE operation. You know, we continue to talk about the fact that, you know, this jurisdiction of who is a sanctuary city or a sanctuary county. One county that I want you to just keep your eye on, and that's Chester County. There are different Facebook pages that I follow, specifically on Facebook for whatever reason, and they're saying that ICE is pretty active in and around Chester County. So just point that out to you as they've reported different operations there. But nothing like we're seeing in Massachusetts, in Boston. You think about that, nearly 800 of these individuals, these are, either criminal convicted, charged and wanted individuals, but 1,461. And so this is, when you look at these individuals, then you hear about the charges, the allegations, that these are not the mommies and daddies and babies that we heard about. No. That's not what this is. This is called Operation Patriot, and they're cracking down on criminals who are here illegally. It's very popular in the polls, as Trump calls it, an 80-20 issue. So we've got that one going on, which is nice. Whew. What other audio did we not get to today, Dan Borowski? We had so much audio today. I think we got to a lot of it. What was J.D. Vance? I know Trump and J.D. Vance. What do you think they have for lunch? They're having lunch together. What do you think they're having for lunch?
You think they're eating Italian?
I don't know.
No. Yeah. You guys see what this is saying.
Thank you, Prime Minister Maloney, who's become a good friend of mine, and I know I speak for the president when I say we're both big fans of yours and, of course, of Italy. The people of Italy have been most gracious, especially today, which was a beautiful ceremony. I think one of the things that Prime Minister Maloney has offered to do, and of course the president and I are excited to accept, is really to be a bridge builder, I think, in some ways, between Europe and the United States. I've said repeatedly that I think Europe is an important ally of the United States. The individual countries within Europe are important allies of the United States. But of course we have some disagreements, as friends sometimes do, on issues like trade. And we also have many agreements and many things that we can work on together. And I'm looking forward to this conversation. So I appreciate Prime Minister Maloney's hospitality. I appreciate Commissioner von der Leyen being here and being willing to engage in this conversation.
And so we know that the vice president and the president are having lunch today, meeting today. One of the big meetings, as we know, that J.D. Vance is meeting with President Trump over a lunch date. I don't know why that was on the schedule. I didn't see much else from that. But there was another, this is MSNBC. J.D. Vance botches the defense of the MAGA brain drain that Trump has caused in academia. That's the MSNBC, just to give the alt view of what MSNBC is headlining with. They say the vice president's response to concerns about scientists abandoning the U.S. amid the administration's anti-science agenda was detached from reality. I will tell you that given MSNBC's ratings, they are the ones detached from reality, not the vice president, who's always well-spoken. So I just have to laugh out loud at MSNBC. We just see every other week we're talking about their declining ratings, but they're saying that he's detached from reality. Yeah, what a joke.
Can I tell you an awesome story that happened over the weekend?
What happened?
This is in the world of sports.
Yes.
So a kid by the name of Cole Young. He was a pick 2022 of the Seattle Mariners. Young guy, Dawn, 21, from Pittsburgh area. And he had a moment on his minor league team. So we're just going to play almost like a Rudy story. So I want to play back the moment, Dawn, where over the weekend, this is a couple days ago, he's told by his minor league coach that he's going to be called up to the majors. And just a source of pride on this kid's eyes. Take a watch.
I meant to tell you this earlier, but I'm really proud of what you've done, how far you've come. Just take that to Seattle tomorrow, okay?
Where?
Seattle.
When?
Right, tomorrow. So you're done. You're not playing anymore this game. You're going to go play for Seattle. All right? Congratulations.
Covers his eyes, choked up, gives him a hug.
it's just a beautiful moment where his minor league coach tells him, and you as a mother with sons, I know you love when young men get their, comeuppance. And the next day, Dawn, he goes to the Seattle Mariners, and it's the 12th inning, and he comes up to bat, and take a watch.
And now the winning run is at third with one out. Cole Young today making his major league debut, one of the top prospects in baseball. At the plate, the bottom of the 11th inning, a chance to win it for the Mariners. Sands comes set. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball, bouncing softly to the first base throw. Home, not in time! It's a
and they win.
For the Mariners. Cole Young in his major league debut is showered with seeds and gum, and the water bucket is showered.
So just one of those moments, Dawn, that I love. Yeah, brings sports and, the young men succeeding together with someone from Pittsburgh. I know it's not the Phillies, I know it's the Mariners, but just love to see it.
Well, maybe Cole Young will end up playing for the Phils. That'd be pretty cool. But I love to see he's a rookie. He gets the ice bucket over the head. Rookie makes his MLB debut, and they're saying he was the right man for the job. I love those stories. I do. Aw, Cole.
Now, on the other side, you see Greta Thunberg has made some news. A young woman.
Greta Thunberg?
Yes.
Aww.
She's going to be joining some other individuals as they set sail to Gaza in hopes to, do some international relations to smooth things over. Take a listen. Where's my sound?
This is Greta Thunberg.
We are setting sail today about a month after our latest attempt to go on with this mission. The boat was bombed twice. All evidence suggests Israel. And we are doing this because we have to keep our promise to the Palestinians to do everything in our power to protest against the genocide and to try to open up the humanitarian corridor and break the siege. And we are doing this because
I hope she's safe, but
we are against.
Like, why does it always seem like she's on the wrong side of history, Dawn?
I know.
Yeah.
Poor Greta.
She seems well placed, right?
By the way, our beautiful FLOTUS, our First Lady, talked about it's National Foster Care Month and the White House welcoming foster and adoptive families for tours and a viewing of the President's Marine One departure on the South Lawn. So just wanted to mention our First Lady as well. Let's get to Dom Giordano for a big show today. Happy Monday, Dom.
Well, same to you, Dawn. Yeah, I see a star in the making. This woman, Julie Hamill, that I booked, I saw on CNN toe-to-toe over the Hernandez matter, the transgender sports thing. And she shows really the tactic of how to deal with this. She talked about feeling sorry for the kid because he's being misguided. He's being told the wrong things.
It's a great Dom show just ahead.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-54 $54.83. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. This month only, take advantage of our 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is, we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Yes, it is Dom time, the start of another great week. What do these two things have in common? The two big stories that we saw over the weekend. A.B. Hernandez, even though he was defeated in one event, and the flamethrower, if it was sort of a flamethrower, in Pueblo, in Boulder, Colorado. Boulder, Colorado, over the years, has been the Bill O'Reilly center of the universe because of their progressive stuff. He'll be on tomorrow. What do the two of them have in common? The mobs of true believers. TikTok, egging them on with Gaza, the mainstream media, any legacy media, any number of them. They have license
And it's only tepid that we hear people talking about, as Guy Shiraki just wrote a column today, whatever happened to never again. But it's not just about never again. Jewish Americans, Jews in the United States. It's about Western civilization. It's about Hamas. It's about TikTok egging this on. It's about college campuses egging it on. And the other mobs, the mobs that formed a shield for A.B. Hernandez, the guy who won, he didn't win all three this weekend in California, are the same. They're just not as big, not as vocal, but they're every bit as angry and in your face and going after you. So you're going to meet a real star today, this woman, Julie Hamill. I saw on Friday, or the breakdown of it on Friday, with Keeler, the worst on CNN, the all-time worst. Out of those female blondes, she is the most intense. And I thought that Julie Hamill, who runs a legal outfit that's involved with a lot of these trans issues, really stood her ground beautifully. Play you a little bit in a moment. She told Keeler that she felt sorry for A.B. Hernandez, the male who was beating up on females until he met somebody who beat him in the long jump. And in the manner in which she did it, she was intense, but she was compassionate toward this kid in the right way, as a beautiful way to push back against all this. And Keeler had a lot of trouble with this. So we'll play a little bit of that. But let's get to this maniac running loose in Boulder, Colorado. Stephen Miller, who is clearly the brightest guy, the most intense. I debated him once when he was the chief of staff for the former attorney general, the senator from Alabama, on something. I was doing a national show, and I'll tell you, it was as intense as it gets. It was overwhelming. But Stephen Miller talked about what we saw with this maniac. I don't know if you can really call it a makeshift flamethrower. It was firing flames at one point. Then he was throwing Molotov cocktails, and everybody stood around with this guy. If it were in Texas, he would have been gone within 15 seconds. But in Boulder, Colorado, no one had a firearm other than yelling at this maniac, shirtless, screaming stuff in Egyptian or some Arabic language and going after Jews. The Inquirer had not reported that as of an hour ago. No, in-depth reporting on this. They don't want to. Almost nobody reporting. And we'll show you the two momentarily on YouTube of the Nazi salute, in quotes, alleged. Cory Booker was not saluting Nazis, but he did the same thing that Elon Musk did. And I have one of Hillary Clinton doing something similar. Why is that not reported as a Nazi salute? Well, sure, you can't be serious. Cory Booker, well, then that gets to, was Elon Musk really doing Zig Heil? No, that's the overall point of this. The ADL says 16 terrorist plots, just in recent memory here, that are severe, including the shooting in Washington. But here's the CNN panel that was on instantly as this was happening with all their national security people. They're upset because Bongino and Kash Patel said, yes, this is being investigated, and we believe it is a domestic terrorist attack. He's yelling, free Palestine. He's attacking a Jewish group that runs each week to remember the hostages, to try to get them out. I'm not going to blame the victim, but people know that you need security with these types of events because you are at risk. Public authorities are not going to protect you. They're not going to protect you in Philadelphia. They're not going to protect you, certainly in Boulder, Colorado. They either can't or won't. If you're Jewish, you have to protect yourself. But here's what they said when Patel and Bongino said, obviously, this is all the makings of this being a domestic terrorist attack. Cut 8.
Again, just broad strokes of what they know, which doesn't seem like, to Annie's point there, like they're willing to say that they're confident in knowing a lot right now.
Right. That was, I'm going to be quite direct here. The FBI director and deputy director got way ahead of where the local police were. The language that the FBI used in their tweets included words like violence, targeted terrorism, and violent. They got ahead of where the local police knew where the investigation was. I want to just make it clear here. This could have been an anti-Semitic attack. Which is terrifying, in particular for people in the community. We don't know that because the Boulder police officer, at least according to the Boulder police officer, they're not sure if the people injured were people at the Jewish rally, the Jewish gathering. Now, maybe others in organizations know that. We know ADL and other organizations have been out on this. Maybe they have more evidence. But one of the reasons why Andrew and I are careful in situations like this is because lots of people are saying lots of things. But when the Boulder police chief comes out and says, we don't have 2 + 2 = 4 yet. In other words, this is obviously an anti-Semitic attack and the victims were obviously part of that group. Therefore, we're not calling it terrorism. It adds a lot of it's not good for the community. It's not good for the potentially targeted community. It makes law enforcement look disorganized, and it makes the FBI look so juvenile. Like, why are you getting ahead of the police chief who says, I don't know what this is? It sounds, maybe it is what we all think it is, but maybe it's not. And he has no incentive to get it wrong. So we're going to take a step back. Not be responsive to tweets by 2 heads of the FBI who don't have a long history in local law enforcement, and we will wait.
You clowns, you outright clowns. And that Boulder police chief is another clown. We don't know what it is. It's Boulder. It's one of the most progressive places. When I have O'Reilly on tomorrow, O'Reilly went after that for years. Well, we don't know. Free Palestine. Jewish people, attack, flamethrower. Maniac here illegally. Biden, overstaying visa. God knows what he was up to, screaming stuff in Egyptian or something in Arabic. This is what Americans are tired of hearing. The constant stuff of maybe it will go away. Good for Kash Patel. Good for Bongino. They're not getting out in front of anything. We know what it is. That's what it is here. Free Palestine. That's all that you need to hear. And you know exactly where we're going. My God, just the elitism. I saw the other day, I think they only have 405,000 viewers across the CNN of unique viewers spectrum. God, that's what these people want. We want to deny reality. They don't know what to do with this. Over at National Review, Paul Garrity, guy I really like, in his column, he goes back to a different timeline. Are we going to ask Josh Shapiro about this? We know that the guy that tried to attack him and his family, we know why he did it. He said it clearly. He was part of the TikTok gang. I want to kill Jews, et cetera, et cetera. Josh Shapiro wants to cover this up. We just want to move on. The clownish actions of the state police in not protecting is another area. But the main area with Josh Shapiro is he knows his party is rapidly anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic, anti-Israel. And he doesn't want that fact to be amplified. That was a perfect example of the types of attacks we're experiencing. My point, though, is it's not just that we are seeing this as an attack on Jewish people. It's an attack on America. Hamas is here. The attitude is here. They're out of control. They disrupt this group constantly around this issue of all sorts. These privileged kids on college campuses up and down the line. That's what we're seeing. And what they have in common with the trans thing over the weekend, there was a helicopter flying over saying protect women's sports. An LGBTQ activist threw a brick through the window of a police vehicle. How in the world is the trans thing a gay thing? It's about something completely different. Coming up, I'll play you a little bit of Julie Hamill, attorney that I saw on CNN duking it out. She's here at 12:30 today. She had the best approach on this. I'm grateful that A.B. Hernandez did not win. While she was on, CNN's producing headlines saying, well, there's not enough science on this. We have to study it more. But look, I'm not going to pull any punches. I'm not satisfied. You can say it. When I'm not satisfied with the Trump administration, I'm going to say I'm not satisfied, okay? The right instinct was to threaten the governor and to remove money. They just went ahead and did it. They're telling you they're going to do it. They don't care. There's only one thing that's going to stop this. Election after election. But in the short term, take away the money. You take away 5, 10, 15, $20 billion. Take away $100 billion. Take away whatever you can. Whatever we're giving to California, take it away today. Put it on hold. You're going to see a different playing field. So I don't want to see the president or anybody else saying that, and then we see no action. Because if you take action on this, what's Philadelphia calling itself now? They're saying they're not a sanctuary city. They're a welcoming city. They're trying to dodge. They're trying to go undercover. They're getting the message.
A sanctuary city.
Yeah, I wish he were here now. I would say one thing for that guy. He's not going to say welcoming city. He's going to say, I'm a sanctuary city. Come and take it.
I'll dance.
Yeah, dance too.
A sanctuary city.
He'll read the cat. He'll read the Cat in the Hat as he used to do with the cat and the hat on. Dan says that Nadler places blame on Trump for not speaking out enough against anti-Semitism. Here's Jerry Nadler. I'm not sure if this is the dieting Jerry Nadler or the other Jerry Nadler, the guy from New York. Here's what he said.
And we want the federal government to do more, and we'd like to see an increase in the budget for the protection for the protection provisions of the law, because when someone talks about Israel and attacks Jewish institutions or Jewish people, that's clearly anti-Semitism.
You talked about the shooting in D.C., the murder in D.C. The pace and the brazen nature of these attacks, it's just getting worse. And while I've heard, and I hear from you, and I've heard from so many others, like something needs to be done. What needs to be done other than raising awareness, speaking out against it, obviously calling it out, holding them accountable to the fullest extent of the law? What are you looking for?
Well, the only other thing we can look for, really, aside from it would be nice if the president spoke out against this anti-Semitism. But the only other thing is that the protective law.
All right, so it'd be nice if the president's, but how many times are we going to go down this path, okay? I think it's a great thing for Trump to do around the clock because it puts the other side behind the eight ball without a doubt. All right, coming up, I'll give you the side question of the day, and I'll play you a little bit of this Julie Hamill. Again, Keeler is tough on CNN. She is the blonde that got removed from the morning show, I guess, and she's all over the place now. And this Julie Hamill, who'll be with us at 12:30, talked about A.B. Hernandez, the guy who won 2 out of 3, but lost to a female in the long jump. They put another female up there with him. Girls in Oregon did not take to the podium because they were competing against a male too. They refused. Now, that's a tough thing. I admire them. You want to have your daughter getting her medal, getting that going on there. But on the other hand, you don't want to give in to this. You don't want to pretend that this is reality. And what do these two have in common? The mobs. The mobs that are frenetic on the left that push both of these, that are out of control and have to be confronted. All right, so we'll play that. She'll be here at 12:30. Give you the side question, too, coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group.
He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-317-1890. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890. 800-317-1890.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Hey, good Monday. It is Dom time, 855-839-1210. So I've watched the show occasionally. I can't say I'm as knowledgeable as Dan about it. It must be something about Hank Hill, but King of the Hill show is going to be rebooted. So we're asking today, give us a TV show that you'd like to see be rebooted.
Ooh, a positive. One you'd like to see come back.
Yeah, yeah, because I'm not going to say Seinfeld because I don't want to see them mess it up. So I wouldn't be for a reboot. Let it alone. But I could see The Office. I think you could do The Office. It's been done twice now, once in England, once here. I think it ran out of gas at the end, but I think a slight reboot.
You check her out?
Might work, yeah.
Yeah.
And the one I'd like to see, now this is a little bit back in time. It's in the 80s. Hill Street Blues.
Oh, I like
was
that.
A great show.
That's kind of where I'm going, too.
Yeah, I'm not sure even how many years it was on, but I would reboot Hill Street Blues, and I think they could show the hazards of modern policing on top of the stuff that you have to deal with back then, which had Belker today I don't think could be operational. All right, Dan, what's yours?
I'm going to stay kind of in a similar vein as Hill Street Blues, and how about we reboot The Wire? But in a way where we bring back the characters in today's world and see what they've been up to, like Stringer Bell. Well, we I guess.
Yeah, that's
you know what? Now that I think about it, we
where's
can't.
Wallace out
we
there?
can't bring him because
Yeah,
Lance
right.
Reddick passed away, sadly.
Well, wait a minute, aren't you?
Michael Kenneth Williams is gone, but Stringer in the show is gone, and so it'd really only be what, Jimmy McNulty and Bunk.
Yeah, but aren't you afraid of ruining perfection? I could be persuaded that's the greatest show of all time, at least.
You know what? I usually am against, ending perfection, and but this is one of those that I feel like it stands so far ahead of anything else that I've ever seen that I thrive for more. I want more. I starve for more.
Well,
I
I hear you, but you're dancing when you're going to be disappointed. I would say the ending of it, the way they catalog with each one of the characters, is the best I've ever seen done.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really, it's pretty fitting, most of it.
And they've had, like, the creator did try doing different cop shows, and it's kind of gotten political, and they brought back Shane Bernthal for one. And
Where are you going to find a city like Baltimore? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, it was based in Baltimore, but it was a scandal with police and gun running and such. And it didn't hit in the same way that The Wire did. So I just love to bring back the original characters of The Wire for a revival, Dom.
That's it. Okay. I think that's messing with perfection. That's why I stayed away from Seinfeld. I mean, that's my fear. I get it. We all want more. But, just look at Seinfeld. Could we do it today?
Totally.
Two of them are completely anti-Trump out there. Michael Richards, who would play him after his incident. So, might be a little tricky. And Jerry Seinfeld is political, not due to him, just due to the mobs that are out there.
Yeah.
It'd be hard.
They brought Seinfeld back in Curb Your Enthusiasm for that entire season back in, I want to say, like 2012, 2013, around there. I feel like there was no problems with that then. I feel like the show is more relatable now than it ever was. So I feel like you could do Seinfeld again, politics aside.
I just think it's fooling around with something that The Wire is even more of a work of art, though. I wouldn't fool around with it.
Did you see there is another revival coming out, Dom? This one she might be interested in, Ro. That being the new revival of Dexter.
Yes, I did see that. That's the strangest thing that she likes Dexter.
I don't know how that one's going to shake out. There's like multiple serial killers in it now. It's not just Dexter.
And he recovers from that gunshot wound and goes from Harrison to New York City.
All right, so let's face it, they're not going to create new shows that are better than the ones that we know that work. So even if they're 75%, you got something.
Yeah, you'll take it.
All right, Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, so one of my favorite shows of all time is the former NBC comedy Community. And I say formerly NBC because it has bounced around a lot over the years, with the first 4 seasons appearing on NBC and the last 2 bouncing around from different network to network. 3 different showrunners at one point, a big fallout between Dan Harmon and Chevy Chase, a very public spat dispute at the, I believe it was the season 3 premiere party. A lot of behind-the-scenes issues plagued this show, but it doesn't change the fact that it was absolutely magic on the television screen, and they always made the joke throughout the show that they wanted 6 seasons in a movie. They got their 6 seasons. Apparently the movie's still underway, but I would like to see that show rebooted and to see if a bunch of 40-year-olds are still going to community college.
All right. I think it's, I liked it. Luke really liked it. And I think it's a complicated show.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
and it's a lot of references, a lot of...
there's a lot of going back in time
a lot
or
of tropes.
going into different dimensions.
Like they do like a fistful of dollars, but it's a fistful of paintballs. There's a lot of good references in there.
Okay. Those are ours. You can hit us with yours and make your case. Now, here is this attorney, Julie Hamill, who I saw on CNN, and she's through the interview a little bit. And they get, I guess this is towards the end. This is the back and forth with Breonna Keeler about A.B. Hernandez. They've already been through, well, what would be fair? She already accused the attorney of misgendering. And the attorney just said, I don't care essentially what you say. It's a he. What's the metric? CNN didn't want to go there. But here's how it sounded. I thought this was a fitting way to encapsulate what we saw play out.
There are obviously clear benefits to playing sports, to competing in sports. So when you're looking at an athlete like A.B. Hernandez, what would you have her do so that she can benefit from sporting?
I view AB Hernandez as the victim in this situation. I feel for him, and I feel that he has been lied to for his entire life, and it's probably very destabilizing and difficult for him right now to realize that what he's been told is not actually reality. He cannot become a girl. What he can do is compete in the male category, or
let's
if
stick to
CIF
sports. So you say compete in the male category, or what?
What?
Or if the state and CIF want to create a separate category for people like AB Hernandez, and that's something that they want to do, fine. It is not fair to female athletes who have worked their entire lives for this kind of competition, who also, by the way, cannot speak out for fear of retaliation, which AB Hernandez's mother has personally threatened against them. So it's very unfair for our girls and women in California to have to compete with males, have to share facilities with males, and then not be able to speak up about the unfairness because people are going to label them as bigots.
Julie Hamill, thank you so much for being.
All right, I just thought the whole thing, it was close to 7 minutes. It was impeccably done. Can we stick to sports? Yeah, we were talking about the unfair advantage, and the CNN woman wanted to know, well, what would make it fair? So are we going to tie weights to somebody? You know, Harrison Bergeron, I went and got my copy. Just if you've never read it, all-time great. Harrison Bergeron is in a world where everybody has to be equal. And because Harrison Bergeron is superior, they give him all kinds of handicaps. Every 10 seconds, he hears a buzzing in his head, so he can't think as much. They put weights on him. They do all kinds of things to slow him down. Is that what we should do with trans athletes? No. What we ought to do is stop this nonsense. And the way to do it is to take away the money. All the science in the world, all the pleadings, that doesn't work. But it was quite a spectacle in California. Julie Hamill, the attorney in that, will be up with us next. It is with that show that you think should be rebooted. All right, I just told you with Dan with the Wire, I just get a little, I guess, why not roll the dice? If it's bad, then you just won't watch it.
Wallace lives in this one.
Yes, but, you're taking away a little bit of the magic of it.
Yeah.
If you mess it up, and I don't know,
introduce all new characters and like who's working at the docks now, and it's not going to have any ties to Frank and
or
corners.
Is the way to do it to do a prequel?
Well, there is like an unofficial prequel with Homicide: Life on the Street, because it's all the same showrunners and a lot of the same actors.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's a way they massage it to give you more, but then you know everything already. You want more of how it turned out on the other side. You want to know if Tony got shot by the members-only club. All right, 855-839-1210. Sopranos reference, yeah. Okay. Let's talk tours. Let's talk. Glad to remind you one more time that we are headed this fall, Ro, I, and hopefully you, and I know a ton already of Talk Radio 1210 listeners, we are headed to Sicily. And there, it's the Mediterranean, Europe, and Calabria too this fall. Conservative tours, they're the only people that would take us on this. I mean, just can't do any better. All this great stuff for only $55.44, including airfare. The dining events we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend, bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll enjoy the Godfather tour, visit the locales of all three of the films. The crown jewel has to be Taormina, but we'll go to Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples, Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, one of a kind, Savoca, that, of course, is on the list. Call 888-733-9494.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A dry and warmer stretch of weather returns to the forecast this week. We'll have plenty of sunshine today. Very pleasant, high up around 75. For tonight, mostly clear, low of around 58 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, hazy sunshine with smoke from the Canadian wildfires. The smoke stays aloft, not near the ground. It'll be warmer with a high 82.
Stuck in traffic on the way to the shore? Imagine coming home to a brand new kitchen from Kitchen Magic. American-made, family-owned, and tariff-proof. This June, get 24 months, same as cash financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is dog time. And, when we see great people in the public arena, in this case CNN, we want to see if we can bring them back again and again and again. And it was mesmerizing to me. I played you just a little bit of it to see Julie Hillman, president of the California Justice Center, in the ring with the real tough one on CNN, talking about this big track meet, the California Championships over the weekend. Julie Hillman is president. Julie Hamill, I'm sorry, why am I? Well, we need to fix that little. Julie Hamill is president of the California Justice Center. She joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Julie, welcome in. Thank you very much, and spectacular on CNN.
Thank you so much for having me.
Julie, set the scene this weekend. What did we learn? What's your lesson or takeaway? It seemed to be a lot of protesters on both sides, flyovers of planes. A.B. Hernandez did not come in first in the long jump. What's your takeaway from what happened in California?
California is falling all over itself to try to appear virtuous and try to avoid offending people. And in so doing, they're harming millions of girls. And they don't seem to care about that harm. The only harm they care about is hurting the feelings of one male and the radical activists who support the male. And so that's what we saw on display this weekend. And what CIF did with their last-minute changes to their policies was to ignore the root cause, which I spoke about on CNN, is California's law, AB 1266, the education code section that requires schools to allow children to use the facilities and play on the sports teams that align with their gender identity instead of sex. But what they did is they basically created a category of one for A.B. Hernandez, who is a male, and allowed A.B. Hernandez to win a medal and stand on the podium and share the podium spot with the girl who came in that place if the boy wasn't in the competition. So it's just nonsensical absurdity. I really, really hope that California can get its act together and rescind this stupid law so that we don't lose federal funding.
Well, you agree then that's the only thing, the fear of that or the putting it on hold or something like that, Julie. Why else would they do it? They're making it clear. Well, I wanted to ask your theory. Everybody that I appreciate at an elevated level, how you handed on CNN. When you're going into that, what's your theory on why politically a Newsom or the people in California would persist when it's an 80-20, 90-10 political lesson scientifically and then morally harming these females? Why do they persist, do you think?
Well, what's really interesting right now is we're seeing Gavin Newsom move away from this, at least in speaking, not in action, but in speaking, because he wants to be president. So he realizes, okay, I need to appear as a moderate. I'm going to tell Charlie Kirk that it's deeply unfair for males to be competing in women's sports. However, they had the opportunity in the state legislature before Bill Asaley was appointed to be the Central District U.S. Attorney. He was in the state legislature, and he proposed AB 844, which would have done away with this education code section and had California come into compliance with Title IX. The reason why we don't have that happening is because we have a radical supermajority Democrat legislature, and they cater to the most extreme radical political perspectives. And I wish more people in California would watch and see how this legislature operates, because it will blow your mind. I mean, these people are, most of them don't have kids. They don't have real life experience. They're all part of these activist, far leftist groups. And the policies coming out of the California state legislature are completely antithetical to normal society, to families, to everything that America used to stand for. Now it's all just radical activist crap, and that's what we end up with.
Julie, can you broaden it out a little bit too? I get it, California. We saw it in the last election. We saw what a killer issue this is. Do you have any sense, even outside California, I'm talking National Democrat Party, I don't know if Kamala Harris would change now after the loss, but there's still, is it that, well, let me ask you this way. I saw you on CNN. What's your life like after that? Do you have to deal, and they may not be significant numbers of people, but you do see some of these activists that are out of control and will go to any level. They see you as anti-gay, as a homophobe, or some crazy thing like that.
So I am no stranger to the labels and to the attacks. I started speaking out in 2021 publicly about COVID restrictions that were harming my children. And for doing that, I was labeled a racist and a bigot and all sorts of crazy things that have absolutely nothing to do with the COVID restrictions on my kids. I'm also on a school board here. And so about 2 years ago, about 200 people, radical activists, most of whom were not from my community, all came to a school board meeting to call me a bigot and publicly excoriate me for my view, which was that we should not be teaching children that they can change their sex. We shouldn't be teaching that as fact. That is a worldview, that is an ideology, that is not fact and not reality. So I'm used to the radicals, unfortunately, and honestly, the feedback from the CNN appearance has been almost 99% positive.
Well, that's because you haven't taken on that angry tone or whatever. You sparred well with her without, and particularly, and it was heartfelt. Speak to what you said about A.B. Hernandez and feeling for A.B. Hernandez.
And it's very tragic. I feel for A.B. Hernandez because he has been lied to by his mother, by his community, by these radical activists, just like all of these detransitioners who are finally coming out and being public about what happened to them. Like, these are innocent children who were struggling. They had psychological issues. They had emotional problems, and they were struggling, and they found this world of gender ideology that brought them in and then did irreparable damage to their bodies and to their psyches. And so I see A.B. Hernandez as a victim of this, and I feel so badly that he's probably now looking around and realizing I am not a girl. I can't compete in the girls category. This is actually not real. Everything that I've been told is false, and I can't imagine how hurtful and destabilizing that feels for a person.
Did you happen to see that in Oregon? And I wanted to ask you if you were counseling these girls, because it's a dilemma for me. 2 of the Oregon girls winners against another male would not take to the podium to kind of honor. I admire it. But, you know, we're putting girls in this situation where they have to deny their moment to shine. And at the same time, they're able to speak up now, thanks to people like you and Riley Gaines and Paula Scanlon. It's not as hard now, even though it's still pretty hard. What would you advise in these situations? Don't accept the medals? Don't run against A.B. Hernandez?
I don't like to put anything on the kids. Right. This is not the kids' fault. I don't agree. I don't subscribe to the philosophy that the track and field athletes should not run their races or do their events. These are individual events. They're not running up against a team. It's an individual event. And the girls that I have spoken to are very fearful that they're going to lose their opportunity to compete in future contests under CIF. They're worried about being labeled problematic by colleges that are recruiting them. I mean, these are real concerns. And I see adults on Twitter saying, you know, you girls, you need to boycott, you need to not race, you need to do X, Y, Z. And in my opinion, it's not fair. It's bad advice. I feel like these kids are just innocent people who the adults have completely failed. So
yeah, well, in addition to which, the competitive instincts of these girls is one of the biggest breakthroughs with women's sports over the last 20 or 30 years. And asking them to silence that in some kind of gesture, I would agree. It's not the way it should go. I would just try to urge them to do what they can to win.
Right, exactly.
Julie, where do we find the California Justice Center in you? What's the best thing to do?
So the website is justiceca.com, and my handle on Twitter or X is @Hamill, HAMILL_law.
I'd love to have you back, Julie. Great stuff. Love what you did around this issue and continuing.
Thank you so much.
All right, Julie Hamill here on Talk Radio 1210, somebody who I thought really showed how to deal with this on CNN particularly. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. Give me your reaction to that, and you can hit me with what's a TV show you'd like to see revived. I'm not sure why King of the Hill, but it is going to be revived. I didn't see the twist in there of what the revival premise will be, but you tell us your premise, why it would be worthy. By the way, Ro and I just happened upon it on Netflix last night. She had seen it before. I had not. Rear Window is on Netflix now. If you've never seen it or you have seen it and forgotten a little bit, I knew the premise, but I didn't know all. And the Grace Kelly stuff, oh, my God. Oh, it's a throwback. It's a time machine. So give that a shot on Netflix now. But do jump in, 855-839-1210. You know, it's so important to make sure our families have the essentials, food, shelter, and, of course, pure, clean drinking water. There's a lot of news about drinking water these days. Just do what I did. Count on Martin Water Conditioning to secure your family's drinking water. The Connecticut system removes all the impurities from your water. What comes out of that tap? Crystal clear, all-natural water. Not only is it the best tasting water ever, it provides peace of mind knowing that your family's water is pure and clean. The Martin Water Conditioning family is passionate about water. They'll put their 46 years of experience to work for you. I know this because their customer service for Ro and me, attention to detail, when they show you the impurities coming out, it's like you're in a laboratory. They love doing it. Get that free water test. Let them test your water and then recommend solutions that make sense for you. Contact Martin Water Conditioning today. They'll take great care of you. Don't ask for Dwayne. I have him on call. Now you can ask for Dwayne and all the guys and women that work there. Click on martinwater.com or 800-887-7555. Tell them Dom G sent you, 800-887-7555.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Kicking it all off next Friday, June 6th, live broadcast from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. We were just out there around Christmas, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Every month, Dawn will be featuring a few pets available for adoption.
Come out, watch the broadcast. We'll entertain you, and then hopefully you can adopt some needy pet from the Brandywine SPCA.
Come for Dawn, dogs, and the donuts. Stay for stock.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Connected TV is one of the most effective channels for driving measurable advertising results. That's because when your customer's not scrolling, they're streaming. Let Viant put your ads right where they are, on the best content across the most premium platforms in the world. We're talking real consumers, big screens, big outcomes. With Viant, you get people-based targeting, AI-powered performance, and full access to inventory built to seize eyeballs, not clickbait. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Retirement statements just hit mailboxes, and for many, the shock is real. Some investors lost 20% or more in just the first quarter. If you're close to retirement, that's more than a dip. It's a danger. But here's what most advisors won't tell you. Gold was up over 30% during the same time. That's a 60% swing. And in retirement, that kind of gap can change everything. So compare your Q1 statement to gold's performance. Then call Noble Gold Investments. Noble Gold specializes in helping people protect what they've earned with real assets like gold and silver. If you're tired of watching your nest egg shrink, it may be time for a change. And right now, when you open a qualified account, you'll receive a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar. Compare and call 877-646-5347. That's 877-646-5347. Or visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now, during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires. Trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at UnitedTire.com.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show coming up at 1 o'clock. Gerald Posner, he of the fame of Lee Harvey Oswald did it, will be with us. Wrote a great piece. Why is it the media won't speak out? All right, they're not speaking out about Hernandez, but these ghastly surgeries that are being done, et cetera. But when researching what he had just written recently, I saw he wrote again about Epstein and how he had done top to bottom and believes it was a suicide. I mean, he's as good as it gets. But after our last excursion into that, I will ask him, well, then why won't these guys just put out the evidence, do you think? He's the best. Let's see what his answer is. He'll be here at 1 o'clock. Richard in Westchester next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Richard, welcome in.
Greetings. My program to bring back is Dallas from the 1980s with J.R. Ewing. I love the opulence and the glitz, and it gave the Eastern Bloc countries of the Warsaw Pact a glimpse of what the West had to offer. And I think if it's written by a free market capitalist thinking crew, it could be a great show. What do you think?
That's pretty good stuff. Yeah, but nobody can be Larry Hagman, right? I mean, he's going to play JR. God.
They're a dime a dozen.
I don't know. All right, that's the only question. All right, that is a good one. I like your call, how Richard summarized it, why you would bring that back. And some of this stuff apparently overseas did move people to think that's America.
Now, are you giving credit or taking away if there was a revival and the revival was bad? Because Dallas did have a revival in 2012 and it didn't do so well.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
was it called Dallas?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, I wonder if that should give
This is a
points
fluid
or less.
thing because, well, that indicates they thought it was a good idea. But it didn't do so.
Yeah, it follows the son of JR and Sue Ellen Ewing.
Yeah, bad casting
I don't
will
know
kill
much
that
about,
immediately.
yeah.
Oh, God. All right.
Oh, and Christopher Ewing, the adopted son of Bobby and Pam Ewing.
Oh, an adopted son they bring in here, too. Okay. All right. It's 855-839-1210. The great Gerald Posner is next. He has been really on top of all these surgeries. I have from Dr. Goldfarb, the guy who's talking about what goes on in medicine, DEI, and all the rest of it. How much did Penn charge for these surgeries? It's enormous. Remember, Penn Medicine gave them up allegedly last week. I'll ask him about that, but he is the Epstein guy in a lot of ways. Why does he, after looking at this, say a suicide? I'm sure Dan might want to jump in here and say, and Lee Harvey Oswald didn't do it. He is the best investigative journalist. Now, he does skew toward my point of view on these things, which is not conspiratorial. I don't know if he thinks OJ did it or not. That may come up. Who knows? All right, I love having him on, though. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Gerald Posner is the investigative journalist and author that I think of whenever there's a big issue out there, and the media, sadly, over the last 10, 15, 20 years, is not making a move toward it even a little bit, he pops up, and then there's an explosion. Lately, I've been following, he's been talking about a couple of things around transgender, the surgeries. Why is the media not speaking about this? Why are they not investigative, undercover? They're doing this, that, and the other. It's relatively easily findable. But I'm looking on Twitter at Gerald recently talking about this magazine piece, cover story in NY Magazine, written by a Pulitzer Prize-winning critic, Andrea Long Chu, a male who identifies as a transgender woman. Let's go to Gerald Posner here on Talk Radio 1210. Gerald, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Dom, great to be with you. You know, what you said on the lead-in is just so true, which is it's low-hanging fruit for a group of good investigative journalists from a magazine or newspaper. They can go in. There are clear standards that are supposed to be used by doctors and psychotherapists and everything else when they're dealing with children who are confused about their gender. And you could send in a team to find out if, in fact, they're following those rules. Are they giving them real consultations, or are they just waving them through in 24 hours to go ahead and start on hormones and surgery, which I think is the case many times and would be sending steam out of most parents' heads. But nobody's taking that project on. They just don't want to do it. And I've seen magazine and newspaper after newspaper sort of politely pass with me when I come to them with an idea for that type of investigation. They just don't want to touch the subject.
And your theory, why? Just because even if not significant numbers, they know there's a mob mentality. They're going to pay a big price if they put you in there, particularly investigating this.
Yeah, I think that's right. It's not worth the cost for them. So, you know, as they look at it, the numbers aren't enormous, although tell that to, parents of a child who's detransitioning, who's gone through the process and is now trying to come back. They view it as not, it's not the top issue on their radar. They're talking, I understand, about the much more pressing issues about immigration and what's happening with inflation and what are we doing in the Middle East and Ukraine, and I get that. But, you can chew gum and walk at the same time, and they just don't want to touch it because I think there's also this orthodoxy in the progressive mainstream media, which is that somehow if you expose pediatric children's gender services as a money-making operation that isn't following the science, that somehow you're denigrating the overall LGBTQ movement. That's not the case at all, but there's some type of unsaid word that we shouldn't be looking into that to expose it.
Now, you write on Twitter, too, about this person who wrote, a male who identifies as a transgender woman, and you wrote exactly that, this cover story. If you challenge that, even someone with your track record, you're going to be seen just as a hater and unscientific.
Yeah, and what's amazing is, and you know this so well, and your listeners do as well, we were told repeatedly by the government when it came to COVID, follow the science, follow the science. And, there are a lot of people who say now they weren't following the science all that carefully, but no one's following the science here. They are, actually. It's remarkable that we in the United States, you would think we spend more on health care than any other country. We should be, therefore, having the most advanced take on everything that's happening in terms of studies and that. And we're behind the rest of the world. So in places like in Britain, in the UK, where they were giving away puberty blockers to kids, they've banned them now completely. Mm-hmm. And they have a left-wing government in place with the Labour Party, and they still haven't changed policy. It would be like having Kamala Harris in office, and she would have banned puberty blockers. They've done it in Sweden and Norway and in Finland, in these really progressive Nordic countries that were at the forefront of gender ideology a couple of decades ago. And now as the science has come out that there are more permanent harms and consequences, they've changed course, but we haven't here in the U.S., which is pretty remarkable. Now, the Trump administration is trying to do it. It says that, it's blocking it from being given to children under 18. Some states have done it, but that only matters if you're in a hospital or a clinic that's taking federal dollars. If you're a private clinic, and a lot of these clinics out in California, Colorado, Oregon, and others are indeed Boston, they are private, you're untouched by that ruling.
So what's your strategy then when and you've written for everybody? What is Gerald Posner going to do? Are you going to move on to something else? are you going to continue to explore this?
I go back to the old famous last words, right? I hope. Chew gum and walk at the same time. I can do both. So I am looking at some stories that have political and intelligence connections, really far removed from this. That would be a great story. I spent a few months last year following up on a lead that said there was foul play in the murder of Jeffrey Epstein. I came to the conclusion after a couple of months that no, he actually did kill himself, so I didn't publish anything on that. I am looking at other stories because there's plenty out there. This is just one that I come back to every once in a while, probably after I've gotten a new rejection from some magazine that I think might be a good pitch. I do have to say that the Wall Street Journal was the only what I call mainstream publication that did in 2023 put out my story about the fact that the truth about puberty blockers, and that had caused a storm at the time. They were the first ones as a mainstream outlet to run that. Yeah, and it was good. And my wife Tricia Posner, who works with me, also a journalist, she wrote a piece for the journal called "When Did Women Become a Dirty Word?" Because when she went through breast cancer treatment, a nurse said to her, this is like 3 years ago, by the way, your prognosis for chest cancer is very good. And she said, excuse me, and the nurse said, we don't like to make anyone feel uncomfortable, so we use that terminology. And Tricia said, actually, it makes me feel uncomfortable to hear that. I have breast cancer. So
you mentioned Epstein a moment ago, and you came to that conclusion. I mean, you're the guy. I've only been to the Dallas Museum, which I recommend to everybody in the world. You can stand right there, the plexiglass, the whole thing, and see it. If you said Epstein was killed, I would have to give up my stance and start to move toward that. That's how much. But, you said that you gave up trying to print it. I think that is the contrarian position now. What do you make of Patel and Bongino? I don't know if you saw them on Fox and Friends.
I did.
They did look a little bit under pressure here when they said no. We know that. What do you make of all of it?
Yeah, I mean, so I thought it's fascinating. There are two people that almost everybody has to say. If you're conservative, you say, okay, I have trust in Kash Patel and Don Bongino. Right. They're not going to hide the truth. If they think there's something there, they're like two bulldogs. They're going to charge straight ahead. Now, when they come out and say, we think there's nothing there, that in fact is a suicide, I feel to myself when I see that, yeah, that's sort of where I came. But the difference is they have control over the files that they have looked at. I don't have those files, and they should release them. People aren't going to believe it. They aren't even going to believe it, some people, if the files are released. But you need transparency here, and I think they hopefully both understand that not only are we interested in their conclusion, but all of us reporters, journalists, the general public, we want to see the files that they looked at to reach those conclusions, and there's no reason why those shouldn't be made public.
Absolutely. That's exactly where I would come down. And when Bongino, Gerald, says, well, we're going to enhance it so you can see it better, then he says, but we're going to keep the original. You got to be very, as you know, second to none, you got to be very, very careful when you're talking about evidence and what you're going to do.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Imagine, look, at one of the things that brought up so much conspiracy speculation for a long time, and understandably so, was that the public didn't see the Zapruder film, the so-called home movie of the assassination of Kennedy being killed, for 12 years after the assassination. Right. It was bought by Time Life, right? They kept it until Geraldo Rivera showed it on his overnight program. The country had never seen it. That's sort of the equivalent of seeing the original. People need to have access at least to the original, and if you're going to do an enhanced version, what does the original look like? What have you changed in the enhancement? I mean, it brings up a whole host of questions. So I thought the only way you get around that is you release the original for people to see, and then you can release your enhancement. And I guarantee you that there are going to be 20,000 amateur sleuths out there who think that they know it better than anybody else, and they'll be doing their own enhancements of it. I've seen it with the Zapruder film. So we'll have enough enhancements of that scene on Epstein to fill up a file cabinet with documents.
The only downside of having you on, I could go home right now and not do anything, and I have a plate full of stuff and go read the JFK stuff with Gerald Posner. I could say, book another flight to Dallas. I was telling my wife that the other day. We got to go. That museum, and when you actually stand there, right behind the chair. Wow. I haven't seen anything else in history that quite intrigues me. Then I got into a fight with the guys in Dealey Plaza who have their screens up by truck batteries and all. It's quite a conspiracy.
Anybody who actually is hanging around Dealey Plaza for the most part, or has a stand set up or whatever else, you can guarantee you don't have to go up and ask them if they believe it's a lone assassin or conspiracy. They're definitely the conspiracy people. But what you said about being there, standing at the 6th floor where the assassin sets up the sniper's nest, looking out onto that street, I think that for people who haven't been there, Dom, one of the things that I hear almost all the time after they visit Dallas and Dealey Plaza is, wow, it's so much smaller, so much more compact than I thought. It looks on TV or in pictures as though it's a few football fields down the street that you're shooting at, and all of a sudden you realize that it's 50 and 70 and 90 yards away as the car's moving along, and with a 4-power scope, it looks like it's right in front of you. And so it's a much closer shot than I think anyone knows.
So what's next for you? We talked about the trans stuff. Anything else that we're going to be seeing, a book, anything else coming up?
Yeah, I'm looking at a project about the politics of cancer care. I sort of got interested when my wife was going through breast cancer. So it was not the medical part of it, but more about the politics of it. It's an industry that can save your life, but it's a machine as well. So it's both. And the other thing is I'm also looking at sort of this Nazi-looted money in a Swiss financier and the early birth of Palestinian resistance in the late 60s and early 70s with the PLO and the PFLP, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, and how those Palestinian resistance groups may have been funded by this Nazi-looted war chest that thought, you know what, these guys, these Palestinian resistance movements, they're going to be great to take on Jews in the Middle East. They can sort of continue to do what we were doing in World War II. That will set some people's hair on fire, too.
You publish that, and we're going to have to meet in undisclosed locations and tape you. Really, given today's headlines, Gerald, that is beyond explosive. Absolutely.
Well, and Dom, it's interesting you say that. So that is the project that Tricia and I want to actually do of all these projects, because it is explosive and it's got some great material about the CIA in the 90s using some of these terrorists, sort of giving them as confidential informants. It's great material. There isn't a mainstream publisher that I've talked to that doesn't say, no thanks, not really for us, too much history or whatever else. Because I guarantee you when they run it up the pole over there, they're getting more no's there than they do on the trans issue.
I would agree. And on Twitter, Gerald, where do we follow you?
Just on Gerald Posner. I regularly post something. And, somebody said to me the other day, Dom, and I'm sure this happens with you, they said, you're right about trans and you're right about women in men's sports, but I don't agree with you on JFK. And I said, look, I don't agree with anybody on every issue that I follow on Twitter. If there aren't some things you disagree with, fine. But, that's the great thing about Twitter. You get to have an opinion, get to state what you've done. Some things people will like, some things they won't, but hopefully they'll find it engaging.
Absolutely. Gerald, as always, a thrill. Thank you very much for joining us.
Dom, thanks for having me. As always, thanks.
All right, Gerald Posner, Dan, that stance was pretty good from the guy, and he said, yes, they ought to release everything. Longer they hold up on this, and the Bongino out there, hamana about enhance versus not enhance and all that, that is problematic. Okay. I just would tell you, if you're ever in Texas, Dallas, you go to the 6th floor and the museum, they have it on scale, the Kennedy assassination, and you're standing right there behind the chair, and he's right. It is much closer than you would perceive if you watch a film of it.
Yeah, it makes
much closer.
Makes it easier for the babushka lady to shoot,
Okay. Yeah. All right. So
how close was the grassy knoll? And
from there?
Yeah, the
that grassy knoll is further down. That's true. Farther down. Yeah. Yeah. I think he was a good enough marksman. He could have done it. So. We'll bring him on sometime in the JFK. It's the granddaddy. It's what started a lot of this stuff, and he's right in the center of that. He says Epstein killed himself, but they have the files. Why don't they release them? Let's get going.
Well, how was he able to kill himself is a question that should be answered.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, he was on to do the trans. We kind of stumbled in that. I could have gone through more detail, I guess, and gotten a nugget from him of what he says is convincing to him. Next time, we'll leave with that. I didn't know if he would talk about it, but he's a good guy. All right, so 855-839-1210. Yeah, why is it that we can't talk about the cost of this? They won't print, the media won't go after it. Same thing we saw play out over the weekend. That's the reason why. They don't want to touch it. They're afraid of a mob of people that are going to target them and come after them. The same thing, you heard the thing that he's involved in. Wow, that would really go nuts. And that is the thing of the Palestinian groups getting money from the Nazis, essentially. That's what he was saying. All right, 855-839-1210. You jump on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
That 4th of July parade celebrating, of course, our nation's freedom. In White Marsh Township, it's back on.
Oh!
Wow.
Yeah. See what the power of 1210 can do. Maybe now, More Than the Curve, the website, can write an apology about the hit piece they wrote about me.
Yes. This guy's on there bloviating, saying it has to do with anti-Semitism.
Power of this radio station.
Woohoo!
And you people who listen, voiced your displeasure about this. Thank you.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Tom Giordano show. Interesting little nugget I saw from the big California track meet. Is it a 440 or 400? With meters and all, I get confused. But in that range, this girl ran spectacularly, beat the other girls. There was no A.B. Hernandez, nothing like that, who was allowed to play in 3 events. But the girl, after winning, this was pre-planned, moves to the side a little bit. And the father comes out with a fire extinguisher and fires it at her feet. You get it? She's on fire. She's on fire with this, with a fire extinguisher. And she was disqualified. I would disqualify her, too.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're not doing fire extinguishers here. And I would let her run in the next race, though. She did it in this race. So you can run in the next one.
It's like a wrestling entrance, but
yeah,
like a bad version.
I know. But isn't it ironic? They kick her out of not one, but two events. Meanwhile, running on the other side of the track is A.B. Hernandez.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's just such a nugget that was missed here. Look, I get the wrestling angle, and if this were pro, I'd be okay. It's part of the show. But high school girls, and the father comes running out.
Can you imagine that, the pen relays?
Well, yeah, with a fire extinguisher.
I think the timing of it all matters. Like, if the race was just over and he, like, sprinted onto the track, is that exactly how it went? Yeah, I can understand that being a DQ. But, like, if you waited till after the race, get the results, and then, you know, as soon as you step off the track, Dad's there with the fire extinguisher.
No, this was all planned.
Did you see video of this? Was there video of this?
I think there should be video somewhere.
If we do, we'll pull it up
I
on
wouldn't.
YouTube.
I wouldn't knock her for the other part, the next race. That would be enough penalty. She gets kicked out for one. That she was that much on fire. Imagine if she's racing against A.B. Hernandez.
Well, I think that's awesome because she obviously, like, her and her family felt that she was going to win well enough that they could bring a fire extinguisher.
Yeah, that's where my question is.
I don't know how you get in with a fire extinguisher.
I'm sure it wasn't, like, I don't know where it was held, but I'm sure it wasn't, like, the biggest stadium. I'm sure it wasn't, like, the road.
No, I think it's a pretty big stadium.
But is it like a...
Yeah.
Is it a BYOFE or is it like, did they get off the wall? Like bring your own fire extinguisher?
I didn't see footage, but it said fire extinguisher because she's so on fire. The father was saying that as they got him out of there. Yeah. All right. Can you imagine?
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, you know what? We're going to get into the pregame stuff and all. I think they're smart to say this is just a sport. This is not pro yet. You know, you can't do this. But how do you have A.B. Hernandez? I thought the father was going to say that. Then race was involved, of course. So it's that California meet. That one girl did beat A.B. Hernandez pretty effectively, too, in the long jump. Yeah.
All right.
Only won 2 out of 3. The high jump was tied, but A.B. Hernandez had no misses. And the triple jump, I think, is where it really shows the difference. I think he won going away. All right. I want to talk about a disgrace to an ethnic group. That would be Italians. Axios today here in Philadelphia has this piece about a woman named Dawn Hiltner's Italian great-grandmother once sacrificed everything to reach America. Now the South Philly elementary teacher is considering a journey back over the Atlantic for a better life. The 59-year-old educator is part of a growing web of people pursuing Italian dual citizenship to flee what they view as a toxic political climate under the Trump administration. She hired Portal Italy to help her claim Italian citizenship, giving herself the option of resettling there in the coming years. It's one of the many companies assisting Americans, and apparently Italy is the place where a lot of these ingrates want to go. Let's see. One says, for Hiltner, it's the Trump administration's immigration crackdown, anti-immigrant rhetoric that she says has terrified some families of their students. Now, if Ms. Hiltner wants to be Italian, get Italian citizenship, and they're okay, but the instant that she mentions this and starts the procedures, she should have her citizenship revoked here. I mean, this dual citizenship idea is corrosive. If Italy or wherever you want to go, Fiji Islands, is greener pasture, you ought to have the right to do that. But then you got to get your paperwork in line here to stay here. I don't think, we should ever abide the dual citizenship. But she probably says sauce, too. My comment on this whole thing of reading this.
So you're saying she's a true Italian?
Yeah. Dual citizenship. Maybe she wants to come on a Sicily trip. She can.
Someone tweeted at you that over the weekend, I guess Sid Mark mentioned something about making his own sauce.
That. Yeah. Well, as much as I revere Sid Mark and Sinatra and all that stuff.
Oh, no, you cannot diminish Sid Mark. Come on.
They're not the definitive source.
Oh, yes, they are.
You know, that would be a good side question. Or you'd hit me on Twitter. Who would be the definitive source on this? There's talk of people wanting Giuseppe back again so he can do the sauce bit that he does. He sounds like a robot when he's doing
Who's
that.
the all-time most famous Italian-American?
Now, if Chef Boyardee said it, I'd have to consider it.
Well, he calls it sauce. You look on the can, it's going to say sauce. I mean,
Yeah.
your answer's right there in front of you in the supermarket.
Yeah, but I think the chef would say, well, that's just the beginning of gravy is really what it is. And the Olive Garden, I'm sure, would say gravy.
Just for the records, Frank Sinatra did say sauce.
I know he did.
And he is arguably the biggest Italian-American of all time.
Columbus might have something to say about that. Get the hologram of Columbus going.
Right, let's call him up.
All right. So 855-839-1210. Scott Presler will be here at 2 o'clock today. Reading the Inquirer, I think it's like 10 printed pages today, attacking Fetterman. And they mention, if he doesn't want to be a senator, he could go back to one of his 8 properties in Braddock, Pennsylvania. Now, remember when we were on this saying, look, this guy's a rich kid, he's unqualified and all that. Suddenly, the Inquirer tells their readers, this guy has 8 properties in Braddock, Pennsylvania. Why? Because he's not following their line, and they got to take him out. And they got every ingrate imaginable that worked for him to say he does nothing, he's a disgrace. Come on. Are we really serious with some of the people they still support the Inquirer? This guy is the perfect example of how quickly they'll turn. All right, let me go to Sam here. Let's get another one on board. Side question today. Give us a series, a TV series that you think is worthy of being rebooted. Sam in Beth Air is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Sam, afternoon.
Hey, afternoon, Dom. How about Emergency? Hands down, no-brainer, Emergency.
Well, tell us why.
That show advanced emergency medicine by at least 20 years. Before that came on, paramedics existed, as far as I know, Seattle and maybe Jacksonville, Florida, and then Los Angeles. After that came on, it just exploded. That show has impacted, even being felt even today.
All right.
Because of what it.
Okay, that's a worthy way of framing it. Thank you, Sam. All right, good shot. Can you hit us with, think of it, there's a million of them. Is it so good you just have to have it back? 855-839-1210. That's how you can get in. Scott Presler at 2 o'clock today. This guy in California, I wonder if CNN's going to acknowledge this is domestic terrorism. He's got a flamethrower. He's in Boulder. He is pronouncing that he waited a year to target these people. He wanted his daughter to graduate, didn't want this to be on her. Then he was going to attack. Screaming stuff in Arabic or Egyptian, I'm not exactly sure. Shirtless was a nice touch. I don't know what the weather was like that this maniac comes out with this. Now, whether it was a flamethrower or not is being debated. But because Patel and Bongino got ahead of this and said, yeah, this is domestic terrorism. That's what we're looking at it. I heard Dan with Dawn today, too. Yes, Greta Thunberg is headed to Gaza with a flotilla of ships. And what do these two things have in common? The craziness over trans and the more serious, as far as the violence, the anti-Israel, anti-Semitism, they're mobs that they're afraid of. And TikTok is helping to fuel at least the anti-Semitic part of it. I'm going to try to get Mike Huckabee, who's now the ambassador to Israel and a friend of the show, on tomorrow. He's calling upon the mainstream media and these others to tell us that what we're seeing in Gaza, or what is perceived, is not true. They don't want to do that. They see it that way. They want to make that the story. They think they'll bring Netanyahu down. They think Israel is committing a genocide. How long is this going to go on? It's going to keep on going on. In cities like Boulder, if that were Texas, this guy would have been shot within 30 seconds. Instead, it went on for quite a long period of time that he was terrorizing people. And it looked like he did come up with some kind of flamethrower, and then when he was done with that, he was throwing Molotov cocktails. One guy, age 88, survived the Holocaust and yet was severely injured by this. So when does this end? Well, two things. Keep on beating Democrats in every election. And in addition to that, going with the fullest extent of the law over this, taking the money away from the Harvards of the world, the Penns of the world, and these others. And the media, do your job. Ask Josh Shapiro what he thinks about this. He's covering up that attack because he knows his party's anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, anti-Zionist, and he doesn't want it to be in the news. Republicans got to beat the drums more in Harrisburg. I've told them that, in that he's getting away with covering up that attack, all the money it cost, and the reason for it. Just hopes it'll go away. All right, 855-839-1210. By the way, Dan, President Trump said with the steelworkers that as it stands now, if Dan Mueser runs, he would endorse him. All right, so he might be on the show tomorrow. We're working on it. Now, I can make quite a case for Stacey Garrity, but if Trump says Mueser, let me ask this question right now. I know we won't get it. It's hard to be honest on this. If Trump says Dan Mueser, you've heard him on all of our shows a lot. You've heard Stacey Garrity. Would you vote for Mueser? I think Stacey Garrity arguably has got the rural vote. It's got a lot more of that. But Trump's endorsement, that goes a long way. And he has been very loyal to President. Not that Stacey Garrity is not. But could he beat Josh Shapiro? Or does Garrity, with the military experience, the rural stuff, does she have a better chance? We need somebody that is not going to be a dope. Like, the bar is low. We're not going to have Doug Mastriano anymore, right? He's going to run again some day. Doug, I'll be ready. I'll be ready to call you out here. I'll go on the Delmarva station again to call you out. They put me on the upstate Pennsylvania thing. I'll call you out, Doug. You're a nice enough guy, but you're a Looney Tune. I mean, there's just no way. And we're all those people saying, what does Dom have against Doug Mastriano? What? Look at what he did. We still suffer under this. I think either one of these two can reasonably duke it out with Josh Shapiro. All right, let's talk about my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. One of the things I like most about Dr. Bentz, he doesn't offer just one solution and say, here, that's what you have to do. He offers the best choices, and he's very diagnostic, gives you a lot of information. Bottom line for me, I recently completed a dental implant, and I can say the experience was tremendous because I knew what was going to happen going in, the steps, the procedures, etc., and I knew that was the right choice. We had reached that point. Now, Dr. Bentz knows that everyone and every smile is unique, and that's why he's going to give you, and I underline the word, comprehensive diagnosis, using advanced imaging and technology combined with personalized consultation based on his years of experience. He'll explain in detail the options available, what will happen with each so that you can make the right decision for you. Get that initial evaluation. That's where you should start. Hopefully nothing big is wrong and you got routine, great dental care going on. Call the Bentz Dental Group now at 610-272-6949. You can also visit Bentz Dental Group, BENTZ.com, 610-272-6949.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
A few years ago, CTV was a buzzword. Now it's your most important channel, while your current DSP is still playing catch-up. Viant's been leading CTV from the start, delivering real results across the world's most premium streaming content, viewed by real consumers, backed by real reporting. With AI-driven optimization, people-based targeting, and inventory from the biggest names in entertainment, Viant doesn't just reach audiences, it moves them. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
A dry and warmer stretch of weather returns to the forecast this week. We'll have plenty of sunshine today, very pleasant high up around 75. For tonight, mostly clear, low of around 58 for the city, cooler in the suburbs. And for Tuesday, hazy sunshine with smoke from the Canadian wildfires. The smoke stays aloft, not near the ground. It'll be warmer with a high 82.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Coming to your calls, but our buddy, Dr. Marty McCary, was on Face the Nation. This is Cut 7A over the weekend with Margaret Brennan, who's one of the tougher, smarter than Kristen Welker, certainly. And who am I leaving out? Jake Tapper and his buddy are arguing they did the right thing since the book is a runaway bestseller. Okay, there's that. Runaway bestseller. All right, they had more details out of that. All right. But here is Marty McCary talking about COVID with Christine Brennan and the dismantling of the network's go-to vaccine talking points. Here's how it sounded.
Can you clearly state what the policy is? Because this is confusing.
Yeah, we believe the recommendation should be with the patient and their doctor. So we're going to get away from these blanket recommendations in healthy young Americans because we don't want to see, on the COVID vaccine schedule, we don't want to see kids kicked out of school because a 12-year-old girl is not getting her 5th COVID booster shot. We don't see the data there to support a young, healthy child getting a repeat infinite annual COVID vaccine. There's a theory that we should sort of blindly approve the new COVID boosters in young, healthy kids every year in perpetuity, and a young girl born today should get 80 COVID mRNA shots or other COVID shots in her average lifespan. We're saying that's a theory, and we'd like to check in and get some randomized controlled data. It's been about 4 years since the original randomized trials. So we'd like an evidence-based approach. Dr. Prasad and I published this in the New England Journal of Medicine last week, and we're basically saying we'd like to bring some confidence back to the public around this repeat booster strategy theory, because
your statement was not about repeat boosters. It says the vaccine is not recommended for pregnant women. The vaccine is not recommended for healthy children. That's different than annual boosters.
Yeah, at this point, we're dealing, it is a booster strategy. People would be getting the updated shot. So whether or not a young, healthy
kids who haven't gotten
so we'd
shot?
Like to see the data. We'd love to see that, that data
but on a
doesn't
practical
exist.
level, for a parent at home, hearing you and trying to make sense
We're
here.
saying take it back to your doctor.
If their child has not been vaccinated, are you recommending that their first encounter with COVID be an actual infection?
We're not going to push the COVID shot in young, healthy kids without any clinical trial data supporting it. That is a decision between a parent and their doctor. And just so, I don't know if you know these statistics, but for 88% of American kids, their parents have said no to the COVID shot last season. So the vast majority of Americans are saying no. Maybe they want to see some clinical data as well. Maybe they have concerns about the safety.
I don't want to crowdsource my health guidance. I want a clear thing, right? You don't go with popularity. You go with, as you're saying, data.
All right. How often do we hear a woman and her doctor? Well, these are parents and a doctor. That's the stand, and Marty throughout emphasized this. One other quick thing, and DJ saw this first, NJ.com, and asked me, do I think it's retaliation? Yeah, I do. I was just at Farley recently. I wish this had come up. I talk to this guy every year. He's in charge of the roadways, north and south, I believe, for Atlantic City Expressway, that kind of thing, and really good interviews, good insight for you. I would have asked this, though, the Tesla superchargers. Dana and I saw them the last couple of years. Big row of them they had at the Farley Plaza, and I think the Molly Pitcher and all these others have them. They're now going to be removed, and they're bringing in somebody else that they say there's some advantage to. Really? Are we buying that from the New Jersey people, that the Tesla superchargers are removed because they're going to have some better deal or something better? Tesla, Elon Musk outfit said that they offered them a better deal than they're getting, but no, Tesla's still going to put them, I think, paralleling the roadways. But why can't they be there? Well, it's Tesla again. It's the same thing. They don't want them there. Now, is it clear they're doing this to get back at Elon Musk? Well, you figure it out. Why all of a sudden is this not state of the art? Is this not something they can just leave alone? I watch, there'll be difficulty. They won't have enough. This will not deliver well. It'll take them forever to put them in. And who'll suffer? The consumer. Well, the whole thing. If you like electric vehicles, that's your choice. I, for one, just think the inconvenience, the inconsistency of this, etc. What was that? I heard a voice.
No, I said it's incredibly inconvenient.
Yeah, right. It is. And that's why they put them at places like Farley. But even then, you're going to sit inside Farley for a couple of hours doing what? Well, the farmer's market is nice there.
Yeah, go shopping.
Yeah, let's go shopping. You walk around it for like 6 seconds.
Grab a nice Whopper at BK.
Yeah, there you go. And then we go to the bathroom and we gas up. Well, no, we have an EV, so we don't. And it's still, where are we?
Maybe get some new Velcro strips for the good old Easy Pass.
That's right. That you can get Easy Pass there. We remember that. So why take these out? Why take these out now and go through this? It's about Elon Musk. It's pretty clear to me. All right, Anthony's in Delco. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Anthony.
Hey, Dom. How you doing?
Good.
I wanted to check in with you. And this whole gravy situation, many, many years ago, my grandmother, Susie Cardamone, they came over on the boat in the 20s. And I asked her the question. I said, Graham, how come you call it gravy and not sauce? And her explanation was when they came over here and they're trying to learn the language, the interpretation, something easy to remember, was anything liquid warm you put on food, they called it gravy.
Okay. So that's why they stuck with it.
I got to think that she has some credibility, coming over here and not speaking the language or anything. And she really had no biased opinion. But in our household, it was always gravy. And I know when they moved from South Philadelphia to Drexel Hill, is probably the only house on the block that had a kitchen in the basement, too.
So you're a gravy guy?
Kitchen in the basement.
Oh. Isn't that a common Italian thing?
Yeah.
I feel like it is.
A kitchen in the basement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they bought the house, they rebuilt the kitchen upstairs, and then they put that kitchen, they put it all down the basement, and it was cooler to cook down there. So, I don't know. Real quick, Dom, on the Mastriano thing, look, it's a prime example of, Mastriano was why the country's revolting against the Democrats now, too extreme. So, I think we got to go away from him and find somebody more electable.
Yeah, and both of these people are users. Calling card is Trump's going to be all on board with them, but Garrity got the most votes of anybody that's ever run for any statewide office. I think was a retired colonel in the military, and she gets rural Pennsylvania's vote big time. So going to be an interesting race here.
Yeah, people got to get out and vote for her. She's got my vote.
I hear you. Thanks, Anthony. We hope to have Representative Muser on tomorrow. Trump at the rally with the steelworkers says if he runs, that's my guy. Now, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of wiggle room with Trump here. But again, Anthony put it well. I remember it wasn't bad. People are wise, dumb against Doug Mastriano. Come on, he's a conservative and all. It was a Looney Tune beyond belief. And we had him on. But, I mean, and you're running against Shapiro, who's a machine. What they ought to be hitting Shapiro on right now, I believe, is this whole thing with the fire that was set, et cetera. Why is he covering it up? That, and Broad and Liberty has a great series on the cover-up of this former state rep that was accused of sexual harassment, et cetera, that looks to be another cover-up. I mean, it's doable. This guy is not, an all-timer. He can be taken out politically, but it's not going to be easy. So we got two people here now. Will they kill each other in the primary? I don't know. I think they're both going to run. All right, 855-839-1210. Give me that TV show that you think we should get a back again, a reboot. Coming up, too, Veterans Administration here in Philadelphia. The workers had to go back to the office, I think, the last week or so in May, and they don't like it. And the Inquirer says, well, they're going to be disgruntled. We're not going to have good treatment of veterans. Just let them stay at home. It's the reputation of the Veterans Administration. I think the Trump people are serious with Collins and reforming it. And I think these ingrates are a real example of why it needs reform. That's straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210. Let's talk about a great upcoming event. If you're thinking of selling your home, it's not like it used to be. The market is shifting. Today's buyers are pickier than ever. They want move-in ready homes with modern features. So, are you going to do all that? You're going to break the bank? Well, no. To the rescue, my great friend Diane Giordano from Giordano Realtors is hosting a free event for future home sellers. You'll learn how to navigate this uncertain housing market, rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, and fast-moving technology. You'll also learn her low-cost staging techniques. They're magic that really meet today's buyers' demands. Join Diane and me for a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres on Wednesday evening, June 11th, at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. At this special event, you'll get a signed copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Get ahead of the competition. Come to Diane's future home seller event. That doesn't mean you're selling it even in it. If it is, like a month from now or 2 months, could be 6 months. It could be you're thinking, you're curious. RSVP, that's all that you have to do. It's a free event, 215-576-8666. Or visit 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you June 11th with Diane Giordano.
Friday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Kale and Company will be there from 6 to 10 a.m. Come by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Friday morning with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Emmons. A bathroom remodel shouldn't be a nightmare. At Emmons, we make the process fast, easy, and stress-free. Our team handles everything from design to installation, so you can enjoy your new space sooner, sometimes in as little as 24 hours. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com. Don't live through a nightmare remodel when Emmons can make your dreams come true. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano show. One of my favorites going in, and he's a dual citizenship. And Dan, I don't know. He told me how to pronounce it on Memorial Day, but I'll try again. Xenos on Talk Radio 1210. Xenos, welcome back.
Welcome, Don. You got the name right. And I like what you said about the ingrate. She's going to have a very hard time, proven to the Italian government goes through that. There can't be mixed, with Irish or something like this. It has to be more pure Italian. Now, for me, I was born in Greece. I have no choice in it. In the eyes of the Greek government, I am still an American. I'm still a Greek citizen.
I understand.
So I can go, and there's no travel restrictions. I can go live there before she can, because the EU has the open borders to citizens of Europe.
So why not get rid of the Greek citizenship, though?
I have no choice in it, Tom. I'm an American. I love America. I have no choice. It's the Greek government that considers me a citizen because I was born here and I was a male child. I think even the female child's. But I have a greater way. I have no choice in it. I've never been to Greece. My mother has. My mother was born here, by the way, and she was raised in Greece and got trapped here during the Second World War. And the Nazis were looking for hostages then.
Yeah. Okay, well, I understand. This is much different. It's much different than somebody given the greatest gift in their life, American citizenship by birth, decides, maybe I'll go to Italy because I don't like Trump.
No, that's wrong. I'm not going nowhere. For vacation, the two greatest countries that I know of is in Europe was the Greeks, which started Western civilization and passed it on. That's the two countries I would visit first. But for me to go live over there, I don't think so. I can, but like I said, I have no choice in that.
I hear you. Well, look, we're not letting you go anyhow. You're too good of a guy and caller that we discovered on Memorial Day. You're not going anywhere for the next 50 years at least.
I'll be on as you used to say in the old days, the blower. Here, I'll be on this as much as I can, Tom.
Thank you, Zenos. Thank you very much for checking in. All right, the great Scott Presler, 20 pounds down. We'll find out his weight loss campaign. More importantly, are we going to win Jersey and Pennsylvania? We'll give you an update on registration and all that. And I've been talking with him when we're down there at Mulligan's. Would he like to do something in Wildwood? He's got some encampments there, the beach. Now that he's lost the 20 pounds, that might be in the offing. Mulligan's, the June 20th, though, is really coming together. The people we're going to honor this year, some of the things we're doing. I don't know if I'll be on the polygraph or not, but I hope that we're able to pull that off. And debating Linda Kearns and honoring Fred Herron and the usual gang will be there. You got to come once just to see the spectacular on Dom Day. It is, it's a joy. And I just was talking with Johnny about the new summer White House shirts, which even I have not seen yet.
Wow.
Yes. I don't know if they have a size big enough for Dan meeting his requirements. Did you get a T-shirt the last time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What size do you think I am?
Well, but it's an odd size with the height and everything else. You know, it's a big and tall men's
extra
size.
large tall or a large tall.
Oh yeah, well that's a little bit different. Yeah, that's what I meant. No negative there. Yeah.
The way you said it, if you didn't know, you'd think I was like a 7X or something.
No, I didn't mean that. I just meant, look, you just said it's big, tall.
Call me fat, Dom? What's going on here?
No, I'm. I can't imagine the measurements. Okay, all right, so. 855-839-1210. You get in. Scott Presler next. We got Dom's Money Melody. Oh, for a great prize today, pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood. He's going to be our guest in the 1 o'clock hour on June 20th. Was just talking with him yesterday. How many voices can he do? I think he'll take requests there, so be ready for that. All right, big 2 o'clock hour, Talk Radio 1210.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great. And Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Here's the hard truth. Every 6 years, your dollar loses half its buying power. That means a $100,000 savings account today could feel like $50,000 by 2031. And you see it every time you fill up your tank, buy groceries, or pay the bills. Prices are up. Your dollar is down. But there's a simple way to protect the value of your savings with something real, something proven. Gold, an asset that holds its value over time. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They make it simple to protect your savings earnings with physical gold or silver. No high-pressure sales, no call centers, just honest guidance, one-on-one support, and transparent pricing. And right now, when you open a qualified account, Noble Gold will send you a free 10-ounce silver American flag bar as a thank you. Head to noblegoldinvestments.com today to learn more. That's noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Before we get to the less important things, winning Jersey, winning the Supreme Court, or voting non-retention of 3 of the progressives there, I'm always looking for physical fitness, people that are successful at it. You got to get those tips from Scott Presler, down 20 pounds, here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, welcome back. Let's talk the important stuff first. How did Presler do it?
Hey, Dom. Well, actually, I hope you can hear me okay because I'm out for a hike right now. I've already done about 3.5 miles today. I try to do at least 4 a day. And actually, since you've last spoken to me, I am down 23 pounds. And I've done it the healthy way. I have reduced the amount of calories I'm consuming. I cut out Starbucks completely. And I'm making more healthy choices. I know it sounds weird, but I eat chicken first thing for breakfast in the morning. And that helps me keep full all day.
Oh, God. Dan, do we have him on YouTube there hiking? Is that why you're laughing?
No,
we don't. I wish we had known that.
Yeah.
We have to get a connection. Chicken in the morning now.
I know. People are probably going to think that's weird, but hey, people eat eggs for breakfast. An egg is just a chicken. So
wait, Scott, are you like in the middle of a forest right now somewhere just calling us?
I literally in the middle of the woods in Berkeley Lake Park in Virginia talking to Dom Giordano.
I thought you were in Pike County, your favorite, just saying Pike County. Oh, God. So, Scott, where are we now with ramping up now? We're getting into summer season and shore season. I know you had people and various boardwalks and locations across the Jersey Shore that are allowing your people to be in there and registering voters, et cetera. Where are we in Jersey?
Well, I really want to give our team a shout out. We have 12 full-time staff on the ground across New Jersey's 21 counties, and we're going into malls. We're at farmers markets. We're at gun shops like Gun for Hire in Passaic County, and we shoot over in Lakewood, New Jersey. And this summer, we're going to be going to the boardwalk. And even, in fact, I hear that Jason Aldean is having a big concert in the next couple weeks. And guess what? We are going to be there registering all of those beautiful Jason Aldean supporters. And we got new data today, Dom and Henry and Dan. So here are the new numbers. The Democrats gained 2,200 voters statewide, Garden statewide, while Republicans gained 2,700, meaning that despite all of the Democrats with all of their candidates and their tens of millions of dollars, Republicans are still outpacing and out-registering Democrats in the Garden state. I think that shows the excitement leading up into the all-important June 10th primary. That is the June 10th primary.
And I think, today, well, President Trump today, Scott, is doing a telephone town hall for Jack Ciattarelli because I guess it's the early voting period in Jersey right now in the primaries. I think it kicks off today, and that's why he's doing it.
Well, you know, I'm staying out of the primary. I'm letting the beautiful people of New Jersey decide. President Trump has made his endorsement in the June 10th primary. But I do want to encourage people, early voting, as you just brilliantly stated, is from June 3rd to June 8th, June 3rd through Sunday, June 8th. So if you're not going to be in town on the 10th, if you have any inkling, any iota of a feeling that you're not going to be able to vote on Tuesday, June 10th, please make your voices heard. If you're an independent voter, you'll be able to choose right then and there and cast a Republican ticket. And if you're already registered as a Republican, brilliant, you'll be able to get your Republican ballot for the June 10th primary.
Absolutely. And Scott, in Pennsylvania, now that the Krasner thing is over, and several people have told me they're returning their registration, how's it going with the 3 judges?
Today is a beautiful day. And not only is our New Jersey data good, but our Pennsylvania data is also good. And I can confirm to you that in the last week, Democrats only gained 47 voters, whereas Republicans gained over 200 voters. Now, a little asterisk in there is if you look at the reporting data, very small counties like Lycoming or Clearfield or Clarion, they have reported their data, but there is still significant non-reporting since the primary on May 20th for the majority of counties, meaning that if we already are seeing gains this week, wait until next Monday at 2 p.m. on 1210 Doc Radio, where I'm going to talk about our next weekly update of numbers, which I think is going to be even better.
Now, Scott, you're hiking there in Virginia. Are you going to be doing anything this coming week in the area? Any events anywhere near us?
You know, it's my mom's birthday, and so I am a good son, and
Happy birthday.
Come home. Thank you. And I come home every so often because I want to make not only my fitness a priority, not only politics a priority, but I need to make my family. I've given up a lot of time in order to do work for our country, and I think it's time to bring it back home with mom and dad. So
Absolutely. Absolutely, Scott. So, yeah, well, everybody deserves a breather. You're directing things, though, from afar. You have such good people out there, seasoned people now. Just one tip, if you're down at Mulligan's or your guys are this year, you don't need to register Roe again. 4 of them came up there in the back room the last time. So she's all ready to go to vote.
Well, I tell you, I'm going to make it a significant I'm going to try my best to be there at Mulligan's this year. Right now, fingers crossed, it looks like I will be able to go. I am bound to my word as a man, so I don't want to confirm just yet.
Okay.
But give me a call later this week, Dom, and let's talk Wildwood at Mulligan's for the 20th. And then furthermore, I just want to say one last thing while we're on the phone, is remember, guys, in addition to the no to retention for Supreme Court, we do have our Republican candidates. Our candidates for Superior Court and Commonwealth Court are Matt Wolford and Maria Batista. We have selected our candidates, and we need to do everything we can for Batista and Wolford. And I do want to give one last shout out to Chairman Senator Greg Rothman, because he has actually invited me to do a voter registration training at the Harrisburg quarterly GOP meeting with all 67 committee men and committee women.
Wait a minute,
So
you buried the lead here. Finally, I want to salute him too, Scott, because people are coming around. Once they see you in action once they realize what you do, as Roe and I saw you in Avalon, and I've seen you in 100 situations, that is so good that the establishment, the Republican leader, Greg Rothman, is having you with all 67, and you work well with them. You're not out to, you want the resource, you want to join with them.
No, well, let me make it clear to anyone, and I know a lot of people listen to your show now that we do it every Monday at 2. I'm here to win, guys. I will work with anyone to defeat the Democrats. And I mean that. I will work with anyone. I will work with every patriot group. I will work with every libertarian. I will work with any member that's a committeeman, committeewoman, state senator, state representative, chairman. I want so badly to create a red Commonwealth for the future and going into 2028. For the Democrats, they won't even touch Pennsylvania because you guys have done such a good job. So let me make that evident. I will work with every single conservative force in the Commonwealth to make sure that we have victory this November and beyond.
Absolutely. To help do that, where do we go, Scott?
So my organization is earlyvoteaction.com, earlyvoteaction.com. And you can also, listen, X is on fire right now. If you're not on X, thanks to Elon Musk, I encourage you, make an account today, join the conversation, and on social medias everywhere, my name is at Scott Presler, Presler.
Never a more adapt. I wish I had thought of it first. The quality that I like best about you is a quality I tried, the persistence. You are a quarter extraordinaire. Can I court your votes?
No, seriously. And we'll leave it at that. New Jersey, I court your vote on June 10th in the primary. I court your vote on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, to replace Democrat Governor Murphy with a Republican governor. And every beautiful voter in Pennsylvania, I court you, too, to vote no to retention to Justices Donahue, Doherty, and West. And this is going to be a phenomenal, productive week. Let's go.
Absolutely, Scott. Enjoy the hike. Thank you, Scott. Thanks for checking in.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks, gentlemen.
All right. Hopefully at Mulligan's. It wouldn't be the same without him. Mulligan's this year on the calendar, though, is going to be June 20th, of course, internationally now recognized. I just saw that this morning, Dan. In Egypt, they recognize Dom Giordano Day. They say it happens.
Oh,
yeah?
Yeah. What do they do out there for the day?
Egyptian press says if you're in Wildwood, people summer there.
Huh.
Dom Giordano Day. And July 4th will be the second Mulligan's this year. So there'll be scotch drinking. I'm sure we'll get Jeff Andrew there, et cetera. But we hope to have Scott. I know we got a lot of other people coming to the event. Linda Kearns we're honoring, Fred Herron over there in Bucks County, and maybe another surprising guest at some point. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Let me go to Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today.
Same here.
If I could weigh in one last time on the sauce gravy thing, and I would maintain to you that this is only an argument in the Italian community. Okay, everybody else calls it sauce, and that's because it's based on a fruit. The only time it's called gravy is when it's based on a meat or a chicken or something.
Right.
But I was grocery shopping last night, and just out of curiosity, I went over to the spaghetti sauce aisle, and Ragu and Bertolli, even Paul Newman agree with me that it is sauce. And when you put meat in it, it's called meat sauce. Now, that being said, if you are Italian and your grandmother told you it's gravy, okay? But for most of us people out here, it's sauce. And I guess that's all I have to say about that. I don't understand.
Wait a minute. Paul Newman of Raisin. I don't see any of the Italian stuff there enough with Paul Newman. I wouldn't cite him as an expert witness.
Yeah, that's why I threw him in last.
Okay.
With Bertolli and Ragu. But I'll leave it there because that's going to go on longer than the our great taste, less filling argument will, I'm sure. But
well, I'm going to settle the niche one when I'm down at Mulligan's. So I'm going to there's going to be a resolution passed by somebody to settle that one.
That will never be settled either, Dominic. But that's what makes life interesting, right? For the answer to the side question, I want to go with The Sopranos, and not so much because I felt so good about it, but because I think that they could probably fix the ending. When that restaurant door opened, that should have been a season finale. It should not have been the series finale. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, they did a good job with the prequel on that. I think it was Saints of New Jersey or something like that.
Saints of Newark.
Or Saints of Newark. Yeah, but I thought that was a really good movie, and it tied up some loose ends. You found out what a whack job Junior was and Tony's mother. But I think that they could do something with that would be outstanding. If they, like maybe AJ was there when his father gets shot and he takes over or something like that. You know what I mean?
All right.
I would love to see The Sopranos.
Thanks,
You guys have a-
Robert. Good one. By the way, Henry, would you agree the Saints of Newark really took away the glamour of, I mean, The Sopranos had an element of glamour to it, if you will.
I agree.
Yeah, and that's what they are. They're more the Saints of Newark. They're not glamorous figures, by and large.
And
Yeah.
I especially didn't care for the actor portraying Silvio in that. I thought he was way too over the top, just trying to speak like a stereotypical Italian guy.
In Saints of Newark.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember the guy's name,
yeah.
but like that's the guy playing
Yeah.
Silvio. I was like, get this guy off the
And
screen.
Tony's
He's ruining the
father,
movie.
was typical, just a cheap,
Johnny
thug.
boy.
Yeah, Johnny boy. Yeah, not no glamour that Tony Soprano may have had in some way,
No,
shape,
he
or
didn't
form.
have
Yeah.
that mystique at all.
Exactly.
Definitely.
Yeah. So it doesn't make for great art, but it's
And
truer.
I also got to go against Robert here. You can't. That ending is the perfect.
Oh, it
ending.
is. Going to black too, and people were screaming at the TV. We had watch stuff going on and all. That was great. I commend that ending. Endings are hard to stick, without a doubt. But right now, a beginning. It is time for
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra Friday, July 11th at Wildwood Public High School. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com, hosted by Dom Giordano, end of parenthesis.
Hey, look at that.
It's a reprise, and I may wear the same outfit that I wore to the Politics and Pints.
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, I haven't worn those shoes. They're in the box since then, but it may come our way. All right, Henry or Dan, what do you
I
have?
wonder if anyone will cosplay as Dom Giordano that night. Maybe wear some white shoes because.
You know what? For Mulligans, if I can find it, let me write that down.
Oh, are we cosplaying as Dom Giordano now? Like they do at the
Yes.
fan expos and the Comic Cons and such?
Oh, I gotta get a pair of white shoes. If I get out there, get a cheap pair of white
So,
shoes.
Dom, if you
cheap,
go-
very cheap.
If
Gotta
you
be
do
cheap.
go, I'm going to dress up as Dom Giordano. If you go to a Comic Con or a fan expo, it's a good chance that you'll see somebody dressed as a guy by the name of Mal. Mal comes from a TV show, Dom, that's
Okay.
a cult favorite that ended in 2002. Well, it ran from 2002 to 2003. And Dom, this series, it was canceled with 3 episodes left and then got a movie because fans were so angry. They needed it back. The director of this show, Dom, went on to become one of the biggest directors in Hollywood, actually producing one of the biggest superhero films of all time. Well, Dom, I'm going to play a theme from a show that was canceled that definitely deserves to be revived now, especially with some of the actors being much bigger than they were at the time. I think it might be pretty good. So, Dom, playing the theme. We want to know what theme this show comes from. Take a listen.
Take my love, take my land, take me where I cannot stand. I don't care, I'm still free. You can't take the sky from me. Take me out to the black, tell them I ain't coming back.
Now, Dom, this show, it's crazy because when it was on air, it averaged, I'm going to tell you, 4.7 million viewers per episode, which placed it 98th in the Nielsen ratings at the time. Well, to contextualize that would have placed it number 7 if it were played in 2025 because of the live viewership has decreased so much.
Right.
It's crazy that so many people watch that show and it still has such a following. Maybe bring it back. We want to know the name of the TV show that this theme comes from.
All right, hit us with that. You're off to see Joe Conklin at Wildwood High School on July 11th. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
I don't care, I'm still free. You can't take the sky from me.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Kicking it all off next Friday, June 6th, live broadcast from Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. We were just out there around Christmas, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Every month, Dawn will be featuring a few pets available for adoption.
Come out, watch the broadcast. We'll entertain you, and then hopefully you can adopt some needy pet from the Brandywine SPCA.
Come for Dawn, Dogs, and the Donuts. Stay for Stockton.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, I'm John. This is my wife Lisa, and we have been with Crash Proof since 2021.
I always felt very risky being in the market because if the market crashes, you lose everything you worked your whole life for. With Crash Proof Retirement, In 2024, we earned 14%. In 2025, the market has gone down, but we still didn't lose that interest that we earned in 2024. It gets added to my principal, and that becomes my new principal.
I love it, man. Every year I start with a new high. I have more money than last year, and I have a whole nother year to make more, hopefully, but I guarantee not lose money, and that is what I love. I get to keep all of my money in my system, and we never pay fees. I don't know where you can find that anywhere on this earth, but I found it here and I'm pretty happy about it.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on June 10th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
For Governor, Jack Ciattarelli has President Trump's complete and total endorsement.
This is Jack Ciattarelli. Just like President Trump is taking on the status quo in Washington, when I'm governor, we're going to do the same in New Jersey. I'll end Murphy Sanctuary State for illegals, stop overdevelopment in our suburbs, cap property taxes, and instead of worrying about kids' pronouns, we'll get back to teaching the basics in our schools.
Jack Ciattarelli, President Trump's only endorsed candidate for governor. Paid for by Ciattarelli for Governor Inc., P.O. Box 225, Annandale, New Jersey.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, playing for tickets to see the great Joe Conklin and the Conklins. There's 6 of them, I think, in the show down in Wildwood on July 11th. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. Let's hear the clue.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I don't care. I'm still free. You can't take the sky from me.
And Dom, this was a Fox show back in 2002 that was unrightfully canceled it was made by a person who went on to become one of the biggest directors in Hollywood, creating one of the biggest superhero films of all time.
Let's go to Lou in Mount Laurel. All right, Lou, what show is it?
That is Firefly.
Hey, look at that.
All right, Lou, were you a big fan?
Yes.
I love to hear that.
What's the attraction? What was the attraction?
Just the way the characters were. I fell in love with the characters, really, and just the way they were. You know,
all right,
interacting.
Lou. I hope to see you in Wildwood on July 11th. You get those tickets to see Joe Conklin. It's a great event. We did it over in Abington. And each event, there's a charity, there's a whole big thing they bring in. And you have to see the number of Conklins that are involved in this. It's incredible. And Joe Conklin will be with us on Dom Day in Wildwood. He'll be there in the 1 o'clock hour. I think we're going to need bigger tables this time. We have more people in the noon hour around this. And I know our buddy Robin is talking to Ron Jaworski, Dan, about, little football throws sort of thing. I'm sure one quick lesson from him, I could throw it 40 yards and you'll throw it 60. Well, 60 is a
I doubt
little
that.
bit much.
I doubt
50.
that.
50.
Get him out there. That'd be awesome.
I wish we had measured yours when we did it, though. I told Roe by my eye it was definitely 44 yards.
I don't know if it was that
Yeah.
far. Yeah. In flip-flops, no. Dom, but check it out. Nathan Fillion, Alan Tudyk, Gina Torres in Firefly, cult classic series, kind of like a Star Wars, a Western kind of vibe, along with space, that's become a cult classic. You go to any of those fan expos, you'll see a Mal or some others as well.
All right, we may do that again tomorrow. I think the prize might be Conklin tickets tomorrow at around 2:13 or so. By the way, on the show tomorrow, Bill O'Reilly, back from China, is at 12:15. We'll find out. Remember, he was going to China. The Chinese wanted to go back and forth. Oh, my God. With O'Reilly. I'm surprised they let him out of the country. About President Trump. What are his observations on that? Plus, Boulder, where this happened, if you followed O'Reilly when he was on Fox, he routinely would send Waters there or attack Boulder, Colorado himself. Why? It's one of the most liberal, progressive, at that time at least it was. So it will be interesting to get his take on what's been developing today around all this. The White House is sending the DOGE cuts to Congress this week. We'll see how that goes. And the big, beautiful bill, I guess they start to take it up tomorrow, will start to play out. Is the Senate really going to ask for more cuts than the House did? Well, bring it on. That's good if they're absolutely going to do that. This is not going to be easy. Look, I love Rand Paul, but Rand Paul has to relent on this. Not a perfect bill. If this doesn't get through, though, let's say Rand Paul's able to stop it. He claims 4 senators will not sign off on anything like this. Then that's it. Tax cuts go away. Everything else goes away. All the things that are in there that people want. Scott Bessent yesterday on, I think he was on Face the Nation 2, said you can maneuver, but I'll tell you 2 things you're not going to maneuver on. The no tax on tips and no tax on overtime. Those things you are not going to maneuver around. And I think Trump is pretty serious about those. Those are direct things that he ran on, that he talked about. The no tax on Social Security, that's all over the place. And one other thing on the pardons. Now we have 50 Cent, who once, Stan, can you imagine? Villanova never forgot this for their midnight basketball kickoff. They had 50 Cent there. And this was around the time that he was once shot 9 times or 10 he was hit, something like that. He says he is going to make sure that President Trump does not pardon P. Diddy. He's going to rat him out on various things to Trump, and there'll be no pardon. Look, this stuff with Trump or any president pardons, it's gone too far. There's no way that this guy should be pardoned. You know it, and I know it. I'm seeing the odds are it's a 50-50 shot, though, that he could be. That would just be, it's endless here. But 50 Cent now involved in diplomacy to make sure that does not happen. We had the horrific shooting over the weekend. Today reported that a number of Democrat Socialist of America's caucus, which includes AOC and others, and an anti-Israel student group, are signatories of a letter endorsing what was done when those 2 members, those 2 Jewish professionals, were murdered at that event in Washington just about a week or so ago. The left will not give it up on this in Gaza. They're not going to stop. They're going to egg people on. You're going to see this constantly. What's the remedy? Well, 2 things. Vote them out of office and push back on places like Boulder who are not strong enough in going after this stuff. All right, 855-839-1210. I'm coming to you. Hit us on the side question today. King of the Hill is going to be revived. And, Dan, is there a guy named Redcorn in King of the Hill? I don't know who he played. Henry, do you know that?
No, I'm not too familiar with the show, though.
Well, it's going to be revived, but I just read a moment ago that this guy was shot to death. You might want to check that out, Dan. I know you're a fan of King of the Hill, so.
I know a few voice actors are no longer with us. I don't know if.
Well, no, this just happened.
This just happened.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah, who
Nick
is
killed
it?
in a shooting. Jonathan Joss, King of the Hills, Jonathan Redcorn.
Okay. This is why revivals are so hard.
What? No, come on.
That's why they're so hard. All the voice actors always get shot.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot.
If you say that, though, it's like every time they have a revival, someone gets shot.
Well, I meant people die. There's other circumstances. Caitlyn Jenner is no longer Bruce Jenner. You know what I mean? Anything could happen here. You change the plot. All right, here's what we're going to do.
Hank Hill went out to like Saudi Arabia for a couple of years.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
See, that's why the revival. Can you imagine you doing it? Bruce Jenner, decathlon hero. I love the guy when he was the first decathlete that popped. Then suddenly he's Caitlyn Jenner. Go figure. It's hard to do. All right, get in, 855-839-1210. You'll get a line. Hey, big news, Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off that entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com, res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Again, use that code WELLNESS, 33% off any single bottle. That code WELLNESS, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
That 4th of July parade celebrating, of course, our nation's freedom. In White Marsh Township, it's back on.
Oh!
Wow.
Yeah. See what the power of 1210 can do. Maybe now More Than the Curve, the website, can write an apology about the hit piece they wrote about me.
Yes.
This guy's on there bloviating, saying it has to do with anti-Semitism.
Power of this radio station.
Woohoo!
And you people who listen, voice your displeasure about this. Thank you.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonihan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app
on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano. All right. It is Dom time here on a Monday. Side question. We'll come to your answers. A couple of things. One, this is the biggest ICE operation yet, Operation Patriot. Approximately 1,500 people here illegally in the Boston area primarily. Bill Malugin, who's really good on Fox, says 1461. We'll take it. It's the biggest yet. So they are making headway. And the Boulder attack with this guy here illegally, shirtless, flamethrower, all that is an example of what we need to do. But the king of hair, and Dan, you might be able to find this under his on Twitter, his handle on Twitter, @GovMurphy.
That's a good side question. Who's the actual king of hair?
You know what?
Yeah.
May do that tomorrow.
I was thinking Don King was coming here for a second. You know?
No.
Okay, we're talking Murphy. Okay.
Yeah, he looks like he still has the twirl, but maybe you can find this. He has just officially announced in honor of Taylor Swift bringing the Eras Tour to MetLife Stadium, I am declaring the Taylor Swift ham, egg, and cheese the official state sandwich. Now, in Jersey, there's
Taylor Swift or the Taylor ham?
Taylor Swift ham.
He's combining them.
He's combining them, ham and cheese.
Gosh.
Oh my God! Yeah, I want to play that. If we can. He says,
"Are you seeing a tweet or?"
Yeah, it's on his Twitter. Welcome to New Jersey. We're waiting for you at Taylor Swift 13. Yeah, that's where I'm seeing.
Oh, yeah, that's the old tweet though.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought this was
May 25th, 2023.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It just surfaced.
I have it if
here.
you want it.
Yeah, let's hear him a little bit. Yeah.
Eras Tour's already gone. Yeah.
In New Jersey, we have a reputation for a great war between Taylor ham and pork roll.
There you go. That's why I was going.
Usually, we let you call it what you want, but since we have a superstar coming to town, we let you call it what you want. But since we have a superstar coming to town, we know all too well that we should commemorate
these are all
occasion. So today, we are declaring the official state sandwich of New Jersey a Taylor Swift ham, egg, and cheese.
Oh no! And I said
well, my bank shot.
All those were lyrics from Taylor Swift songs too.
Oh, okay.
And I hate that I know that. But
my bank shot would be we're declaring it Gravy Fest. We're declaring it Gravy Day at Mulligan's.
Welcome to New Jersey, Taylor. We've been waiting for you.
Oh, my
And it would have been a cruel summer without you.
Oh, man. I was talking with Johnny today, back and forth a little bit. I think he thinks it's sauce, but his wife thinks it's gravy. So, Dan, that might add some intrigue when we're at Mulligan's on June 20th.
Murphy's a gravy guy.
Oh, yeah? No, he's a definite sauce guy. You like hair tomorrow for the side question. Who's the real king of hair?
Yeah, who's the king of hair?
You know what?
Yeah.
I got to mark that down. This guy would be in the running. So we can do both legitimate and also bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to, I would say Elvis is the all-time hair. If I didn't have my hair, I'd want that. Or, alternative, Joe of Columbus. Take that hair off that guy. Let's make some wigs. Hi, Joe.
Tom, I could be a side job, I guess, right?
Oh, yeah. Grow the hair. We'll cut it off.
Tom, you know in baseball jargon what a ham and egger is?
Yeah, sure.
It's a nobody.
Yes.
It's a nobody. I love it. Call her a ham and egger, please. I can go up to that arena anytime, and I will not for her. Absolutely not. Even if my daughter begged me. My side answer was, and I didn't think it was on long enough. It was a great satire spoof from a town called Camden, Texas, I think the liberals would have a field day with it. Like, look at these guys. Look at these conservatives, the way they act out there. It was such a good show. They all lived in trailers and mobile homes. And constantly the police department would be get confused with Camden, New Jersey, and get sent all this top-of-the-line police technology. And they didn't know how to use it, amongst other scripts that they had. And that was My Name is Earl.
Yes. I only saw it a couple of times, Joe, but it fits the bill for now. We'll put you down
It
for
was hilarious.
Thank you, Joe. By the way, Dan, you can help settle this. They're writing to Greg Stocker. Beach Chair says is the Twitter handle. Is Dom Giordano's son DJ on the payroll for his show? He's mentioned often with supply content. What the heck?
I mean, wait. Is Beach Chair DJ trying to get paid?
Oh, there you go. Well, I pay DJ.
Okay.
I pay DJ myself. Yes, he's It's quite entrepreneurial when it comes to that. Yeah. I mean, his job is to scan and send me stuff. You didn't see this yet, right?
I pay him in life advice.
And I say I did see it a half hour ago. Come on, we need something fresh. We need some more content here. But boy, it's just hard to believe on Twitter. I guess nothing else to do. All right, well, that settles that. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Yeah, I kind of like the King of Hair tomorrow. We haven't done that in quite a while. We have a couple of other side questions. Poster on your wall. I wrote that one down last week from Dan. Really good one. So you can always contribute. You can always send us one today. The revival of King of the Hill. Yeah, the revival of King of the Hill is what we're looking for. Let's go to the other Jeff. Wait a minute. We got two Jeffs in Hatboro. Now we have three Guidos. The real Guido, some guy who really is named Guido, and a third guy who pretends to be Guido. We haven't heard them.
Oh, really?
There's
a fake Guido?
The fake Guido. We haven't heard them in a while. But the other Jeff, OJ, the other Jeff in Hatboro. Hey, Jeff, welcome in.
Yeah, I guess there's really only one OJ in Hatboro, right?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Oh, man. Well, all these incidents that have been occurring, like even yesterday and whatnot. To me, Don, it's so simple. There's a holy war going on. It's pure evil happening. I mean, they're hitting us over the head with the Pelosi hammer. You know what I'm saying? They're telling us.
Yeah, they're telling us that Hamas is here. It's not just it's a Western civilization. The best was Stephen Miller saying suicidal migration. We got to end it, and he's called all kinds of names. It's clear. How about the guy, though, he's shirtless as he's doing this maniac, running around shirtless, screaming in Egyptian or whatever the tongue is, and having a modified flamethrower that took him a year to build.
And then he had the CNN denial, and
yes.
Who do they support?
Yeah, exactly. Now, Jeff, it is, and Boulder, of course, wait till you hear O'Reilly tomorrow. He made a career out of attacking Boulder, Colorado for like 10 years. Yeah.
Great.
Who's your, what film is yours, or a TV show?
Yeah. Not only was it a great show with a great premise, but it had the definitive and a happy ending, The Fugitive.
Yes. In early years, The Fugitive on TV had the biggest audience of any until Super Bowls and stuff like that. So, the Harrison version of it, the film, Tommy Lee Jones, really good. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. You'll get on board. But Phil Murphy is always just hard to believe the stuff that he comes up with, who advises him. And we're going to lose the governor's race to people following this. I still think it's going to be Mikey Sherrill and, of course, Jack Chitterelli on the other side. And I saw over the weekend Politico, big national story, the take of New Jersey's candidates for governor when it comes to affordability. How are they going to make it more affordable? Well, the mayor of Newark guy, he said he's going to raise taxes on people, anything over wealth. And he was starting to talk about over $200,000, like 12% of a state income tax on top of everything else. The Philip guy, the guy that's the mayor of Jersey City, he was a little bit less, but he was right there with him. The NJEA guy running for governor didn't answer, apparently, but they know what he wants to do. And Mikey Sherrill avoided the question. Gottheimer said, I'm just going to make things more affordable. And by the way, I listen to Springsteen. Don't look at my Spotify record. I really do listen to him. And Steve Sweeney, they said, was the moderate in this. It is going to be unbelievable once we find out on June 10th who the Democrat's going to be. It could be by a minuscule amount, whoever it is. Affordability is the issue. I know they're insane in Jersey. How in the world can you vote for anybody with a D next to them when it comes to affordability in a place like Jersey particularly? All right, jump in. Lightning round now. Hit us with that show that you think would be a perfect reboot coming off King of the Hill news today. Hey, first, though, let me tell you about my friend, and he's my dentist of long standing. He's gone on about 10 years, Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. And one of the things I like about Dr. Bentz, he doesn't offer just one solution. That's it. That's all that you can do, Dom. Tries to give you a wide range of choices so that you can decide what's right for you. And that comes from really advanced diagnostic techniques on his part and the infrastructure, the technology. Then you get to see where you're headed and you can make a choice. In my case, I just completed a dental implant. The experience was everything I was told it was going to be. It's working out perfectly. And Dr. Bentz knows each person is unique. That implant journey starts with a comprehensive diagnosis, or maybe you decide not to. Either way, advanced imaging technology combined with his gut instincts, that's going to get you his years of experience and expertise. Why other dentists routinely send patients to Dr. Bentz if it's a difficult case. He'll explain in detail the options available and get you the smile ultimately that you really want. Great dental health is the goal. You're the partner in that with Dr. Bentz. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Get that initial. Look, see. Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Friday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Piazza Pet is back. We're teaming up with the Piazza Auto Group to support the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Join us for a live broadcast at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, part of the Piazza Premium Automobiles family. Kale and Company will be there from 6 to 10 a.m. Come by for coffee, donuts, and bring your pup for a pic in our fun doggy photo booth. Then 10 till noon, Dawn Stensland has adoptable dogs on site, thanks to the Brandywine Valley SPCA. Friday morning with Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that's right, the lightning round. King of the Hill. I don't know what they're going to do now, Dan. They had a guy that was a voice. They'd need a backup guy. I wasn't suggesting every time you do a reboot, someone's going to be shot. But it does give you an idea of how hard it is to revive this stuff.
It did look like he was going to play a pretty big role in this season, too.
Was he?
So, yeah,
oh, man.
Maybe
there we go.
AI steps in.
I think Dale was a mayor at some
that's
point.
right. Yeah, we're going to put an AI reboot
Nancy
of this
leaves
stuff.
Dale for John
All right,
Redcorn.
so,
yeah.
Dan, your #1 answer was The Wire. Mine was Hill Street Blues. And Henry, yours was?
Community, but I thought of a different one later.
Oh, okay.
Westworld. Never got the ending. Ended after 4 seasons when I needed 5.
I like the premise. I just didn't like it when I saw it, though. The premise was excellent.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Some of the
but-
execution of the seasons, like season 3, that's where I lost everybody.
Yeah, not good. And The Wire, my only thing is you're fooling around with something there. Oh, man, you might tarnish it. How many of them are alive that can come back and do it? Let's go to Bill and Bucks here on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Bill. What's yours?
Hello there. Well, greetings from Bucks County, Pennsylvania. My favorite TV show from years ago. It was a prime time. Really did well. Was on for several years. Actually starred Martin Sheen and Allison Janney and Rob Lowe and others. Produced by Aaron Sorkin. And it would be very interesting to revive this show at this time. The West Wing.
I hear you. Look, Sorkin is really good. Of course, A Few Good Men. But you know what? He's despicable, too. I mean, he ruins it for me. If you watch A Few Good Men, he was trying to spin it way too far instead of just that matchup, the character of Cruz and Nicholson. You know, we got it. You didn't have to rub it in at the end there. But, The West Wing is a classic. All right, thank you, particularly now. Scott in Mount Laurel. Scott, we're getting close to Dom Day. How are we going to arrange the shooting for Dan and for me?
Well, I don't know. We have a basket down there, or what do you have? I mean, I think the biggest thing is getting Dan to participate. That sounds like it's going to be our biggest hurdle.
Oh, he's holding out, huh? He's holding out. And Henry's at 90%. I'm shooting for 80, and Dan's shooting for 70. We got everything covered.
I went 19 of 20 at the park the other day.
Oh, there you go.
All right. Oh, he's practicing
I hear
too.
they were.
Wow,
I hear
that's
they were very loose rims. I'm just saying.
You wish.
Yeah. And I won't shoot a ball on a double
maybe-
rim. The double rim, if I could get to Trump by executive order, tear down every double rim in America, I'd be happy.
Yeah, those are bad. And I guess Dan's holding out for NIL money.
That's what it is.
Yes,
Yes.
it is.
He's just going to come out, show him how tall he is, and say, "No, not doing any workouts."
That's right.
Here for the car dealership money, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, Scott, what do you have today? Who's yours?
That leads right into The White Shadow. It was a great show back in the day. It was too short-lived, in my opinion. And with all the issues kids have today, and then you throw in the NIL factor that I just mentioned into the White Shadow mix, that would be a real soap opera.
Now, you're a high school guru. I read a kid today, I think he's only 14, is getting NIL money. Are we seeing it at the high school level?
We don't see it where I coach, but I'm imagining that it's happening in places that they don't really publicize it. But there are great players coming from all over the country to certain schools local like Camden.
Yeah, there you go. We're going to see it. All right, the Earl of Tacony, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl.
Oh, hey, Dom. Yeah, there are just so many shows that
they cancel them mid-season. The ones that really irritate me are the mystery shows, where you're watching to try and figure out who committed the crime, and then they cancel it before they solve the crime. Fox had a show called Reunion. You never found out who killed the doctor. Babylon 5 had something called Crusade. You never found out if they cured the plague. So there are just so many of those. But my answer is going to be a show that's actually coming back. Starting July 23rd with Martin Short is going to be Match Game. Now, hopefully they won't make the same mistake that they did with Alec Baldwin, where they made it too political, where, Trump is so fat, Trump is so stupid. If they keep it non-political, like the original Gene Rayburn version, it can be a success. As long as they don't go, completely off the wall like they did with Joker's Wild and Snoop Dogg, where every question had to deal with marijuana. What's the best marijuana for a party? Sativa or Acapulco Gold? It's like, who's going to watch a show where every question is about marijuana?
Big stoner research out there. I don't know. That might go pretty well. Joe of Exton. Oh, my goodness. Joe, what's yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
In the mid to late 50s, there was a family show called I Remember Mama, with a man and his wife as Norwegian immigrants in America. And the show featured and centered around their two American daughters and their interaction with American culture.
Thank you, Joe. I think they stole it from Ibsen or something. Dan, which one did you like?
I honestly didn't know they had television in 1947 when that show was on the air.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, no, they do. They did. Yeah.
Okay.
My Name is Earl, one of the ones I recognize today. The West Wing. I actually think, you know what? I'm going to go with The West Wing. Bill and Bucks. I thought it was a good call. I thought it was a good
It was a good
answer.
call. Henry, yours?
Yeah, so I enjoyed the West Wing call from Bill and Joe in Columbus with My Name is Earl, but I also thought another one that should be shouted out was Sam and Beth Ayres with Emergency and how he said,
Oh, yeah, what
it
did.
introduced like EMTs and ambulances like kind of to the rest of the country that didn't have
Gotcha.
them.
I'm going to go with West Wing since both of you had it on your list. That goes into the hat today. Richie always next. 4 big hours, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over